Hello there, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Excuse me. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Curefits, welcome in. How's it going, dude? We've got Shadow Blood King in first, GG's. We've got Sub-Zero in second, GG's. And we've got Curefits in third, GG's. Welcome in. How's everybody doing? Enjoy your daily bread, everybody. Welcome in. Hey, Brad, how's it going? I'm not too bad, dude. Not too bad. A bit busy. But yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Right. Let me put this away and put this away because that's all working. I can turn the preview off because I don't want to burn in my new monitor. Because I'm using it as my OBS monitor at the moment because I haven't got a fucking space for it anywhere else. I need to make some amendments to my desk setup to make space for another 32-inch monitor. Excusez-moi. Absolutely disgusting weather today. 80% humidity and 26 degrees C. Fuck that. That is fucking disgusting. Yeah, fuck that, dude. That is rough. Yeah, no thanks. I don't know. We're probably only in the 20s. Yeah, we're probably not miles away. It was 25, 24 earlier. It's 22 at the moment. But yeah, it's only 62% humidity. So yeah, it's a little bit milder down here. But yeah, on the south coast of the UK where I am, it's the same fucking thing. It's like roasting hot for a couple of days, and then you have a day where it's cloudy in the morning and it's like maybe 19 degrees, like a lot, like noticeably cooler. It's really windy as fuck. I'm like, oh yeah, there's a big storm coming. But it doesn't happen. And it's done that like probably 4 or 5 weeks in a row now. It just hasn't rained at all. All of the fucking grass is dead. Like, yeah, it's drought conditions. The fucking water companies are like, oh no, there's a hose pipe ban because we're running out of water. It's like we're surrounded by the stuff and it rains 2/3 of the year. I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but water companies in the UK are dog shit. So anyway, had a thunderstorm during the night, so that dumped a bunch of rain. Yeah, and there's just, it's obviously, it's all fucking evaporating off of the ground and it just fucking goes into the atmosphere. Yeah, fucking hell. Until you get some wind to blow it away, you're just fucking dripping. So yeah, stay strong, brother. Stay strong. Make sure your camera equipment's nice and sealed off away from it all. Because yeah, condensation inside camera lenses is
seems to be taken up by related
windy. All right, doesn't help. Oh shit. Okay. Usually the wind blows all the humidity away, but that's why it's 62 down here because it's windy as fuck. It's probably about 70, 80, but the wind is blowing it all out to sea. So, or all out inland.
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types.
Types.
Who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all.
No, of course not. Croissants.
I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals.
That's what I get for living in a swamp, I guess. Yes, it's true. You want to be near nature. You're near nature, right? That means mosquitoes. That means midges. That means fucking all sorts of like critters. You know, voles, rodents, fucking badgers, all sorts of stuff, right?
An endless
variety. Depends on where you are in the world, of course, but yeah.
Law books and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Catawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books?
It's a tiny toad and frog season now after the rain, so they're moving about. I had to help out 5 tiny frog stages because I had my door open. Yeah, so does Sif go after them? Because I know that a friend's dog, ate a bunch of frogs. And he was really worried because, yeah, frogs sometimes are quite poisonous, but no, he was right. Obviously, the dog was okay. He obviously wasn't very pleasant, but it was okay. But yeah, apparently, small things that jump around they like to catch them, but yeah. Chase them, yeah, but she won't eat them. She did learn a lesson when she tried picking up a toad, and the mouth started foaming. Yeah, exactly. Good to hear. It was like a nice sort of like, not nice, but obviously they sort of like, they didn't have a good time, but they weren't injured. This is the thing, like when pets learn their lesson, like something bad happens that isn't that bad, it's like, okay, that was good. So now they won't do that again. I don't have to worry. It's like little man jumped up on the kitchen counter after I'd been using the hob, and I was at my desk and I just heard like a thumping noise, and he went running out of the room, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? I walked into the bedroom and he was licking his paw like crazy, and I was like, he burnt his paw a little bit. I checked it and it wasn't burnt. He must have just, just touched it, and it was a bit hot. Yeah.
There's a box that says Wirral.
Juto venom isn't deadly. It's just tastes awful and make their mouths and tongue go numb. Yeah, exactly. And it's so they don't get eaten. That's exactly what it's for. So yeah.
A sticker on it displays 25 real.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's there for. So yeah.
But then it's the 3rd edition mega setting supplement, so it makes sense.
That's quite a lot.
Hi, Ace Detective.
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in them. A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
Going in hot.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her.
It's only 23rd. I don't even know. Oh yeah, the cooldown. Cooldown applies to me as well.
To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
To hell with it. Perchance you ought to lie.
Oh, how horrid! I knew something wasn't right about that place. Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse? Guillaume Lemillion? The singer who made that awful face? Well, I do see the resemblance. All that matters is that the energies are retreating. I can already feel the curse lifting. It will be a long time until we're fully free of it, of course, but still. Thank you, officer. Truly, you've brought a better psycho-emanation to this humble bookstore, and that's no small achievement.
She so badly wants this to be over. She would have believed anything.
All right then. All's well that ends well. Should we return to our ordinary lives?
Farewell for now, book peddler.
My husband? No, he's not.
The woman before you.
No, he's not. Okay. Right, so I don't think we've talked to the Hardys that much yet. I suppose we could go and do that because we have kind of talked to everyone else. But I mean, oh yeah, I could check our checks. Gaston, we have a check with Gaston, but it's heroic, and it's rhetoric. See, footprints in the dust. We haven't seen that yet. Oh god, this fucking thing doesn't like it, does it? They have broken this game with updates, chat. It's kind of broken. Sleeping dock worker. Biddable. We've got the ID. So, also some new valve calls for my bike tires. The sealant gunked up the front valve and it's getting stuck down and letting air out. So it's hard to change it. Good thing they're cheap as fuck. Yeah, this is as long as things stay cheap, it's not a problem. But once everybody moves over to them, suddenly the price fucking shoots up. Yeah, I remember the fucking all the old wives' tales and tricks we used to use with our fucking inner tubes in BMX tires. Because believe it or not, like you need to pump BMX tires up to like absurd, like really high levels of pressure, like crazy high PSI. So yeah, you need inner tubes that don't puncture, because if you get a puncture, it's gonna be a fucking puncture. Some people do 120, yeah. I would do maybe 90 psi-ish. Probably 85 at the front, just to save my wrists, because yeah, I did have a set of 110 psi tires once, and yeah, the bike it rolls like really quickly, like you barely need any speed, and you maintain a lot of your speed. It doesn't bleed off because of the tire rubbing and like, you know, spreading out and giving away energy. But when you land, oh fuck me, my wrists and hands and elbows hurt the next day. I was like, yeah, I'm good. It's not for me. So yeah, I'd have like 90-ish. But you can get 110s and 120s, but you may as well just have a solid tire at that point. You may as well just but it's lightweight, isn't it? You need the tires to be reasonably lightweight to do tricks and stuff. But yeah, such an opposite world on mountain bikes. The tires run fairly hard, so I got back to 30 psi in front and front at 25 because I mostly do asphalt and gravel. Yeah, if you've got a heavier tire, excuse me. Excuse me. If you have a tire that's like thicker and heavier, like rubber, there's a bit more like, it's got a bit more like strength to it. You don't need as much air to bulk it out. Whereas like car tires are like fucking 20 psi sometimes, 20, 30 psi. But there's a whole fucking car because the tires are like really thick. BMX tires are only sort of like maybe 6 or 7 mil thick. And also, yeah, you do put like crazy forces on them, and you kind of want them to stay, like you don't want them bending around the rim too much. But yeah, we used to go to the local garage and pay our 10. Well, it used to be free, but now it's like 20p. But you pay 20p and you can pump your tires up. But a lot of them, they can't go up high enough. Or the machine isn't designed to go high enough, so it wasn't worth it. But a friend of mine, his granddad had a compressor in he had a massive shed in the garden for like working on stuff, and he had a compressor in there. And my friend was like, yeah, my granddad's got a compressor. We can pipe up your we can pipe your bike tires up. Fine. Put the bike upside down, put the valve thing on there, got the sort of adjuster and put the valve on there, turned on the thing and sort of like waited, and it was like, and it wasn't going up, and he was like, it might take a while to warm up, to start actually pumping the tire up. I was like, okay, cool. So we went back to the house to put the kettle on, only like literally a minute's walk. We weren't too far, and then we fucking looking for mugs to put the tea bags in, and then we heard this fucking enormous bang, and it blew the shed windows out and everything, and the tire was just like splayed open.
Looks like
Yeah, man.
the circus left town.
BMX tire
But the
blowout is like a
clowns are still
gunshot
here.
because the pressure's so high. So yeah, they got this one to 170. Oh, fuck off. Yes. Oh, it's AI. Yes, fucking blow me. They get it up to 170 psi. Oh, you fucking absolute prick. It didn't actually blow the tire, did it? They just fucking made a video about it, but yeah. He's a damn Swede, maybe. I don't know. I'm not too sure. The heaviest tire possible, pretty much, to help against punctures. Yeah. Yeah. That's why it's useless.
No.
I hear the accent, okay.
You got business with my boys. You got business with me.
But yeah, like every now and again, I'll be riding my BMX and like, you know, I like do a trick, and when I land, just bang, and it's like, fuck. And you could hear it for fucking ages. It was such a loud crack of a bang.
He understood what you were doing. Taking
It scares at the skate park. It scares the shit out of people.
Yeah, you fuck with the Hardy boys. You fuck with Titus Hardy.
Yeah, whatever you say, Shanky or Shanky.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Stupid fuck. I blow your tire out in the US, you get it down and get shot because you think, well, this is the thing. This is the thing. People hit the deck. It sounds like a gunshot. People, I mean, I can't find a video because people are posting videos like, oh, what's the limit of a BMX tire? Okay, that'll be a video showing what I mean. They'll blow a tire up. And then the video it doesn't have that at all. It's like, oh, fuck off, man. We need a dislike button back on YouTube, dudes. I know it's toxic, but we need it back. There's so much bullshit on YouTube that needs to be downvoted. There's so much clickbait bullshit that needs to be fucking downvoted and just removed from the feed.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
They're even moving to remove the like button. Really? I mean, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time we start fucking removing the like and dislike. And arguably, I think that, like, if you make comments that get downvoted in like too much, you should be like blocked from commenting for like a while, for like, you know, 3 months, like a 3-month period where you're not allowed to comment. And then it will make people think before they comment, because some people are genuinely trying to be malicious, but some people don't mean to be malicious. They just come across the wrong way. And that's just, you know, that happens, which is why I try to read every comment, you know, a few times to make sure I'm getting it correct. But yeah, like every now and again, someone's just being malicious. And because when people are being malicious, sorry, there's a little arrow there. Because when people are being malicious, and you respond to it trying to treat it like normal, they're like, ha, I fucking got him, I trolled him. It's like, dude, I just need the engagement. Like I just need, if I respond to the comments, it communicates to the platform that I actually give a fuck about the people that are on the platform, and that I actually reply to comments, and that I'm actually, you know, an engaged content creator. Because some of the comments I get, I'm just like, how the fuck, what am I supposed to fucking reply to this? Like, this doesn't even make sense. This sentence doesn't make sense. And I'm like, maybe English isn't their first language or something. But yeah, at the same time, I'm like, fuck, you've given me nothing here, dude. Like, I want to reply, but I can't reply to that. There's no reply.
You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture of the actors here. You could take another look at the tracks in the
rogues gallery
on the crime scene. Compare it to these guys.
But yeah, I mean, having a like and a dislike button, but hiding the numbers. And this is something I'd like to see Twitch do. I would like to see Twitch try and remove as many numerical metrics as possible. So no view counts, no follower counts, no sub counts, nothing numerical, just a year or two of streams purely going off of vibes. Just to fucking weed out all the people that are clearly only in it for the money and only in it for the fucking metrics, because they're ruining the fucking brand of streaming. Like the way people on the outside of Twitch look in, they only see the worst kind of person. And it's just like, I'm so sick and tired of the fact that the algorithm and the way the feed is organized is so numerically focused, and those metrics are so easy to manipulate. And yeah, and there's so many people gaming the system. And it's like, it's making the worst people get all of the fucking headlines and getting all of the exposure. And it just, you know, you're trusting like one or two categories to be the brand ambassador for streaming as a whole, because when people think of streaming, they think of Twitch, right? And when they see Twitch streamers doing fucking gross, toxic, contrarian, cringe shit for fucking engagement, it just kind of lowers the brand of streaming as a whole. And tarnishes it. And it's like, you know, I know a bunch of really talented, interesting, funny, attractive, hardworking, reliable, consistent, you know, creators that make really good, interesting content for streams. But I just, when I'm not on Twitch, outside of Twitch, if I'm just like on social media on my personal account, the only streamers I see, just the worst people. And I'm like, for fuck's sake, man. And this is the thing. This is why I like having a personal Instagram and a personal TikTok. Well, I don't have a personal TikTok, but a personal Twitter, a personal Instagram, you know, a personal, you know, just there's nothing to do with gaming or streaming, just art and stuff that I like outside of streaming. But yeah, like if I see some streaming focused sort of social media content, it's always like, oh man, that guy's a fucking, that's a terrible person. What are they doing driving down the road with a bunch of people in their car, like clearly not paying attention to the road? Oh, look, they've had an accident and they potentially killed somebody. Fucking views and likes go through the roof. It's like, oh, fucking hell, man. What is this? Like, anyway, go back to star ratings on YouTube, go full circle, 1 to 5 stars. Well, I think the thing is, with 51% of all traffic on the internet now being bots, the bottom of the boat is falling out in a number of capacities or facets. So like the advertising model on the internet is now massively in jeopardy, because if half the views an ad gets are bots, they're not going to pay for it, right? You know, platforms aren't going to get paid for ad views if those ad views are bots. And this is what I mean about some of the sort of, you know, less than reputable and less than upright and just people on Twitch, is if you're fucking gaming the metrics to fucking spoof ad views or to boost ad views so you get a bigger payment from Twitch, you're fucking destroying the platform right now. Like, you're literally destroying it. There's no money for anything because they're paying out so much to the biggest creators, because the biggest creators, if they go elsewhere, they take their communities with them. So yeah, 50% sounds very low, more like 90%. Yeah, it depends. I mean, it depends where you go. I mean, obviously, you know, traffic to like organic websites about stuff, mostly it's going to be human beings, but social media, it's fucking easily 50-60% bots, you know. And the silly thing is, Twitch was like, oh, let's make Twitch attractive to social media influencers because they've got a big audience they might bring to the platform, right? So they created all of these kind of ways for Twitch to sort of link to and interact with and be present on social media. Problem is, people on social media manipulate their metrics even more than people on Twitch do. Like, social media is such a fucking, like, you know, pay to win. It's ridiculous. So if you do farm those people over, they don't know how to stream because they work in short form and they work vertical, right? So not only do they work in a different orientation with a completely different format of length, yeah, they don't really know how to stream. And you can tell because, you know, you see somebody on like 6,000 average viewers and you go to their stream, like, this person has no fucking idea what they're doing. Like, no idea. They don't know what any of this stuff is. And I'm not being bitter or resentful or jealous or anything. I'm just like, they don't really know how to be a streamer. And that's why it's so important that we all sort of agree on what makes a good streamer. I think just tenure, just time on the platform is what actually makes a good streamer. It's when somebody's been doing it for like 7, 8, 9, 10 years, you know, when they've been doing it for a long, long time. That's the sort of person that has seen and they've been there, they've done that, they've seen this, they've figured out how it all works. They know what they're doing, and therefore their stream is a safe place to be because they can handle most shit. Tiger, welcome in. How's it going? But yeah, you get some social media influencer that's brought over, you know, 150,000 followers. Just like 150,000 followers on Instagram. Most of them are bots. And they go live and they have like, yeah, apparently they've got 2,000 viewers, but their chat is barely moving. And I'm like, their chat moves slower than mine, and I'm like, I don't know, dude. I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it.
Incriminating.
But yeah, and if they get a certain amount of ad revenue, and if they get a certain amount of subs, they then get the 60-40 split, or the 80-20 split might be agreed behind closed doors. And yeah, they're really big creators, like the top, 0.000%. They're like they can basically name their terms because of the amount of people they bring to the platform. So yeah, they're not on a 60-40 split. They're on a fucking like 95% split, I presume. But they bring in so much that thank you for the hydrate. But yeah, there's an awful lot of people manipulating a lot of metrics, and I think that basically we just need to get away from metrics. The internet and in social media and everything, it just needs to get away from metrics, because they create the wrong kind of behavior. They have a purpose. But the problem is that, fuck's sake, I'm so sick of my voice not working, chat, excuse me. But yeah, metrics in general, they perpetuate the wrong behaviors. They give people the wrong targets. They give people the wrong goals. Because that's what happens is, when you create an environment and you don't foster the notion that hard work is what's most important, you always get this kind of manipulation. People always find a way to manipulate the metrics to make it look better than it is. And it's the entire financial sector of any economy is people manipulating the figures to make it look like something's a sound investment, to make it look like something's worth purchasing, to make it sound like something's worth, joining with something else. They're all trying to make things seem like they're worth more than they actually are. That's the whole game. And every time somebody finds a way to do that that's effective, everybody loses their fucking minds. The dollar signs start flashing up in people's eyes. Everybody goes fucking nuts and fucking buys or sells or whatever. It crashes the economy, and they put in a law that says you can't do that, and then somebody finds another way of doing it. But yeah, it's just, this is it. If you give people figures, expect them to manipulate them. It's never been any different, unfortunately. On a lighter note, one of the stores we have here, they do all sorts of different shit in small batches, and it constantly changes, right? But when I went there, they had all kinds of mochi, and also a massive tube of Mentos with 14 different flavors of exotic fruits. Like, they're not standard fruity Mentos, but exotic fruit ones. They're so good. Interesting. Yeah, it's you've got your big supermarkets where I went to Tesco's and there was no milk. It's like, are you fucking serious? And because there was no milk in Tesco's, that means that all the milk that was in the co-op down the road is gone. So there's no milk in this area. I have to go somewhere else. But I'm streaming tonight, so I can't go to the shops. But yeah, I was like, no fucking milk. But yeah, you go to the sort of like established supermarket because they've got stock, you know what's going to be there. But like, I like a small little quirky shop that you never quite know what's going to be in there, but you might find something really interesting. Like a can of drink you haven't seen for like years. And like, oh yeah, I got a crate of it. So I'll buy that.
Don't worry. We are resourceful. We'll find a good topic for us to discuss.
But yeah, I like a small quirky shop that's got something unique in it every so often. Dan Brango, brr. They get some bulldog noodles. He loves spicy food, so I thought, yeah. Well, yeah, are those the ones with the really fucking rich, spicy like paste that you put like a drop in and it's enough? Excuse me, chat. Oh dear. Tried them all, they're damn good. Like the best quality noodles you can get by far, but they are spicy. Yeah, so in the UK we have like soba noodles, because there's like the traditional cup noodles, that logo, but cup noodles also do like a soba noodles, and it's like a little pot noodle type thing. It's not like, it's not good quality like, vegetables and bits. It's just like mass produced like stuff. But the sauce is really good, and the noodles, when you put the boiling water in and then you drain it off, the lid's got holes in so you can drain it off, when you drain them off, the noodles like dry. They become like really dry to the touch. So when you put the sauce in, it sticks to the noodles really well because the sauce is the right sauce, but also the noodles dry off. And I can never quite get my noodles to do that. Otherwise, I can't get them to dry off that way, so that the sauce sticks to them better. But I'm trying to work it out. Because yeah, turns out
like shit.
I really like yakisoba sauce, and I couldn't find a small bottle of yakisoba sauce. And I saw one on Amazon. I was like, oh, there's one. I'll buy it. It's a fucking great big restaurant-sized one that you're supposed to use over the course of a month. And I was like, yeah. So I was using it, but then I had to go on holiday, and I went on holiday, and I had to leave the fridge turned off to defrost because it's good to defrost them every so often. And I was like, that won't survive. So
And
yeah.
I don't mean that as a metaphor.
Ramen noodles are good. Yeah. See, the thing is, I think I've
Wow, you seem stable. And in
I've
control.
had ramen at a few
Allow me to
places, and it
say,
hasn't been
alcohol
like
really
brilliant.
seems to have had a positive
So I want
effect
someone
on
that
you.
knows what good ramen is to take me somewhere. Love the Boldak square packets because you cook those in a proper pot, drain the water, and then put them in the... Yeah. Hate the ones with the broth. Not going to lie. It depends on the broth. I think if the broth is good... Because I've had, like, a... I've had, like a ramen, like instant ramen in like a plastic, cardboard like tub. So I cough so much and it stresses me out, and then I can't speak. Oh, it's so annoying. So I've had like ramen noodles in like a cardboard like pot, and you pour the water into a certain, and then you sort of like leave it, and then you put this sachet in afterwards and stir it, and it becomes like a broth. The water cooks the noodles, then you make a broth with it, and you can put whatever you want in there. So like, you know, pickled eggs, oh, not pickled eggs, boiled eggs, and then like bacon or whatever, or chicken or whatever, and like spring onions and things like that, and pulses. And yeah, I was like, the broth was really, really nice afterwards. I could like eat everything and then drink the broth.
No, what do you want?
But yeah, I want to go to like a proper ramen restaurant and have real ramen, because I don't think I've had proper real. I think I've had restaurants that make it, but it's not proper ramen. It didn't, because I was like, it's just a big soap bowl full of like water and broth. It's like, it's not really strong broth, and the noodles aren't that interesting, and all the ingredients are just ingredients. I don't know. This doesn't have this warm, umami kind of like filling and comforting feeling that I expected ramen to have. But I think it's because I've not been to a proper ramen
There's
restaurant.
something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. Similar.
Always way too salty.
Face.
Well, I mean, yeah, like broth for me is really salty. Like, I think that's kind of one of the qualities for me. But obviously if it's too much, it's too much, right? But
He might be wearing a disguise.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
I'm not getting involved in this.
esprit de corps. Okay, so I've got some stuff that does esprit de corps.
Watch out for yourself, loser.
Although I'm wearing a jacket, so I should already have some. Yeah, +1. So the boots. Oh no, I thought the boots were part of the work uniform. Oh, maybe I don't. Okay. Maybe that's it. Apparently there's a ramen shop in Copenhagen that Japanese people go to when they travel here, and they go, that's the best ramen I've ever had. Ah, I see. Okay. Coming from the damn people that live in the place where ramen comes from. Yeah, well, so I think that there's this thing with like a national dish. Where in the native country where the food is, you know, because if you were to take someone in England to a Toby Carvery, right? That's a roast buffet roast type thing, right? But it's not proper. It's just mass produced, right? Whereas if you cook somebody a roast at home, like a proper roast at home, yeah, it's comforting. It's, you know, it's comforting, it's warm, it's nice sort of comfort food, right? But so yeah, like when you go abroad and you have like a roast and they use a different kind of lamb and they use a different kind of potato, I wouldn't say it's the best, but it's interesting. It's nice to try a roast that isn't the bog standard roast you have here, because it's slightly different, because they have slightly different ingredients over there. And yeah, you get like I've had a roast that had fish, and I was like, I suppose you could have a roast with fish because it's a meat and veg and potatoes and stuff. Potatoes are veg, but yeah, meat and 2 veg. But yeah, I was like, with fish, yeah, they don't have a lot of beef or like lamb or whatever on this island, but they have loads of fish. So they sort of do like, it's like a roast bit of salmon that's been like seasoned and then like roasted in salt. But then you have like carrots and potatoes and like artichokes and all sorts of other stuff. And then you have like a gravy that's made from like beef stock. And I was like, so it's like a roast dinner, but it's Mediterranean. They were like, yeah. And I was like, fuck yeah, I'll have that. I'll give that a try. And I was like, that was really interesting. But yeah, better than home is an interesting one, because I think that if you've only ever had the mass-produced version of at home, because it's like when you're somewhere else, you have the mass-produced version of something. Like you have Italian food in England, you have Spanish food or German food or whatever in England, and you're like, yeah, it's all right. It's not amazing, but then you go to that place and you have it made the way it's supposed to be made with all the actual correct ingredients. You're like, oh, actually, that's actually kind of special. That is really good. I think, yeah, there's some of that involved. But yeah,
I can't believe this shit.
You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
I think even in this fictional reality, the 57th would still be my station.
I clicked on the wrong thing by accident. Please excuse me.
My condolences. Go ahead. Have another guess. That's exactly right. Down to a fraction. I don't even know what to say to that. What is your goddamn station? Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere.
But yeah, there's been a few times where someone's like, oh yeah, I don't really like this. I'm like, oh, we should go and try it at this place in London or Brighton or whatever. We should go and try it there. And they try it. Oh yeah, actually, when it's fresh and it's made properly, it's really nice. But yeah, it has to be fresh, you know?
Somewhere good. About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? Not the prophet shit again. Okay. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? No, because in this thought experiment, we are police officers in a police station. We don't do crimes. We're not crime bros.
Crime bros.
Come on, stop it.
Oh, no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
You're not going to believe this, but police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang. Oh, it's you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you. Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
Okay, yes, You get the joke.
The
Leave it
last
at
word
that.
in Save the World. The last word in Save the World. I've not heard of that one. Not heard of that game.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I. No.
But because I'm so bad at geography, did I add the tab? Oh, what was it called? Was it tap map? Map tab. So because I'm really bad at geography, I did find a game. You can like put a pin where you think the place is. So tap as close as you can to Annapolis, Maryland. So where the fuck is Maryland? Where the fuck is Maryland? I feel like that's in the south. No, I didn't want to click there. I just wanted to move the map. Okay. Never mind. Is it over there? Brisbane. Queensland, Australia. Which side is it on? I think that's over here somewhere. Okay, I wasn't far. But yeah, basically. Oh, in Fortnite. But yeah, basically. Montana. Montana's north. I'm pretty sure Montana's probably up here somewhere. Okay. This is the thing, like, I'm bad at geography, but then I'll get a game like this, and I'm not that bad. Copiapo, Atacama in Chile. Ooh. Oh, no, I was miles away. Okay. The Chile is down there. Okay. Petropavlovska in Russia. Russia's massive, though. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. Fuck yeah, I was miles away. But yes, a fun little game we could do each day where I can prove how shit I am at geography. Tap map or map tap, whatever it's called.
Cause it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging? Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Why are you?
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating and would lead somewhere. A custom even? Strange.
Oh my god, there's more. You want...
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
You got to save the world in Fortnite, fair enough. We've just been grinding away on Battlefield 6, despite how massively unbalanced and annoying that game can be. Oh my lord, it's such a mess. It's such a mess. Every now and again, you have a good match, but I was playing quads with a friend and we got second place like twice. And then, yeah, we finally got to the, we ended up in a, well, finally, we ended up in the final circle again, and this fucking guy just absolutely blitzed me with an SMG, and I was like, oh, fuck off, man. I knew where they were, I pre-aimed, I jumped around the corner so I wasn't an easy target, and yeah, just fucking, and I was like, and obviously I had 3 people watching me because I was in a squad of 4. But yeah, it's such a fucking mess, that game. It's a shame because there's a lot of good ingredients there. They've just not been mixed together very well. And the end result is just this really frustratingly unbalanced game where some stuff is just so annoyingly overpowered and some other stuff is just so annoyingly underpowered. And it's just, yeah, the matches, the thing is, because of that, the matches all play out roughly one of three ways. The match is over because you won in about 6 minutes. The match is over in about 6 minutes because you lost. Or the match goes on for 47 minutes and it's basically a draw. Like, it goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on down to the last fucking ticket. It takes way too long. And then everybody starts camping and it just stalemates completely. Nothing happens. And it's like, anytime you try and attack another point, you get fucking absolutely destroyed. Or if you attack a point and capture it, you then get absolutely destroyed trying to defend it. It's just like, oh, it's so pointless. Anyway.
There's something missing here.
It's a shame.
Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just...
Yeah, he's been privately acquired.
You'll probably get laughed at. But still.
Probably not going to end well. But yeah, there's a Saudi Arabian finance group. Esprit or something. Esprit. And something else. Yeah, they're going to buy EA. And then, yeah, the Lord knows what they're going to do with it, but hopefully not destroy it. Just had to go do something. Welcome back, dude. And GG's on first. But yeah, hopefully they don't completely destroy every IP that I like from them. Hopefully they don't get worse.
Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say? Okay?
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent. Something of that kind.
No, Krill? Yeah, not sure where Krill is at the moment.
Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you at game.
But we've got yourself, we've got Sub-Zero, we've got Cure Fits, we've got Tiger, a couple of other people. Officially going to see Spider-Man Brand New Day on Sunday. I hope you enjoy it. I've heard lots of good things. And one of my favourites is playing Spider-Man 2 at the moment, which is a lot of fun. Super excited. Yeah, I hope you have a good time, dude. You have a good time.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
I've been to the cinema for it. Well, I went to go see, oh, fuck, which one was it? Princess Mononoke. I went to go see Princess Mononoke. They were showing Princess Mononoke at the cinema in the art gallery down the road from me, which was perfect. It was walking distance. I could just sit there and watch the Ultras film that I was featured in, which is kind of weird. But yeah, I've been to the cinema. I need to check what's on. Actually. Need to check what's on. Lenora in the Morning Light, Savage House, and The Last Viking. Disclosure Day. Oh, they're playing Toy Story 5. Okay. Oh, I can see Odyssey there. Okay, it won't be IMAX. But yeah. Oh. What's that? What date is that? 7th Friday night? Is it on Fridays? Okay. Oh, I'm off on Fridays. So I could go see the Odyssey. Okay, wonderful. Brilliant. Thank you for reminding me. I was going to check if I could see Odyssey there because, yeah, it's a nice small cinema. Hopefully it won't be too packed full of people. Anyway, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. I'll be right back in just a moment. Cow? Cow? Oh. I thought it was dead. Oh, look at that. You know what? For a second there, I thought the FPS cap was going to be 30. It went 30, 24, and I was like, did they cap it at 30? That would have been hilarious. Yes, and also Sophie's hit the requirements to apply for partner as well. Like Melania, PhD submission and partner application in 1 month. All in 1 month. Like, amazing work, Sophie. So proud of you. Like, well done. Oh no, you got it! Oh my god, first try, GG's. Oh my god, Sophie. Amazing. Look at all the purple ticks in chat right now. Oh my god. Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. You're taking the fucking piss, bruv. Can I get to the road from there? Oh. Okay, I guess not, because there's a giant pile of shipping containers there that I just failed to notice until the game decided to load them in. I just R1. Oh, look at that. We did a fucking Dark Souls roll. Fucking check it out, boys. Lyrics switched. Get wrecked, bozo.
Should have worn a helmet.
You're not wearing a helmet, dude. Come on, man. But 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you for everything this year. Thank you. Honestly. Oh no. No, that is bad. That is bad.
Sam, your cargo has suffered catastrophic damage. You
Whoops.
can't complete the order.
Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Thank you, Krill. Jerking with me, thank you so.
Stop it.
Welcome in, thank you for the follow. What's gonna fuck me? What's gonna fuck me? Is it gonna be me? Is that a boss run? That's a boss run. Oh my god. Whereas... Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Oh, I cleared my throat before I fucking came back. Oh, God, losing my voice is so annoying. Because I've barely used my voice all day. That's the thing, is I haven't used it for anything. So, anyway.
Yes, I am. I know.
I know.
He's the real deal. He has a badge.
I'm definitely not the cavalry. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay. Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want? What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation.
Intellectually unsatisfying vibe.
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets their squad mates? That's not possible.
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
You're an asshole. You know what? Maybe
Just
we're
about.
both assholes.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay? I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
Okay.
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
You're a fucking asshole. Are we done here?
Oh, hello, dear. There you...
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. At the mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again. The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak.
Horse need more vodka?
Ow. You could just curl up in a ball without scratching the inside of my leg. That possible?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then ask for some yourself. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg. The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple.
Grands, welcome in.
Painted
Is this your first playthrough? No, this is my third playthrough. So we played the game back in 2024, and I did a playthrough on Sensitive Cop. And then I couldn't stop thinking about the game. I played a bunch of other games, and I wanted to come back and do the 100%. So we did a playthrough recently doing Thinker, and I tried to do every side quest to try and get as many trophies as possible. Didn't get as many trophies as I was hoping to, but it did say one of the trophies was to complete the game on hardcore, so I'm doing a hardcore playthrough now as my third playthrough to try and get that achievement. And then after that, I'll be loading up the game from various different points to do trophies, and then we'll get the 100%. But welcome in. Thank you for stopping by on the YouTube. I appreciate that.
The door does not budge. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. Old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
The winch, outside, in the backyard. Remember? No? Your fingers do.
Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in.
That's the way. Have fun.
Just to be
that.
thorough.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate it.
As a side investigation.
Yeah, this will be my third playthrough.
It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
It's hardly worth a title. Anyway, Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Can I help you?
What is this thing?
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
I love how fed up and done with our shit Kim is, but at the same time he also likes to have a bit of a joke sometimes. He's literally such a good character.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you...
You fuck off then. Excuse me. There's a check in the bookshop. Was it outside the bookshop? Yes, apologies, chat. Ooh. Suddenly had a weird batch of tired just show up out of nowhere. But it usually passes, so please bear with. The same person would ever put their heads into such a machine. What? What?
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective Dick Mullen.
Reaction speed. Because, yeah, we were -1 the reaction speed already. I don't think we've got anything that helps with reaction speed. Oh, we got a hat. Excuse me.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels.
Cool. Just in case, though.
Shelves filled to the brim with... Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? Then this is the book for you.
Yeah, go on.
Of course. Such violence and immorality. I mean, enjoy.
Shelves filled to the brim with... In your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. The brittle paperback feels fragile to the touch. The cover features a pastiche
Dennis
of different
recommended us again.
scenes. In the foreground, a man in a dark clutches a pistol to his chest. Rising up behind him are two silhouettes wrapped in a passionate embrace. The tagline reads, Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an old friend is murdered by someone who looks just like Dick Mullen. That seems to sum up the premise nicely.
Are you really reading that, detective? Good luck finding it. He's not much of a character, I think you'll find.
How's it going,
Just
Dennis?
stand in for the reader.
How's your week so far? Hope you're all good.
The point is
Been a bit
for
busy.
the reader to feel
Just
like
do laundry,
they're solving the
wash the
crime,
dishes,
along with
and
Dick
work
Mullen.
and cook and eat
A
before
crude
stream.
narrative convention, but
It's all
no
been go
less
this
effective
afternoon.
for it.
Which is probably why now that I've sat down, I've suddenly just been like, whoa, because I was doing loads of stuff before I started stream. Excuse me.
The story opens with a knock at the door.
Meow, he's here.
Dick Mullen is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullen to ask a favour on this dark and cold
So,
night.
yeah, Kierfitz was saying it's really humid where they are as well. It's 62 where I am because there's a strong breeze, but apparently where Kierfitz is, the humidity, it doesn't matter if it's windy or not.
Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from
But yeah,
Leicester to a
it needs to
small
fucking piss it
town
down with
along the
rain
Icelandic
and then
coast. Despite his
sort
friend's
itself
apparent
out.
agitation, Mullen does as he's asked, then returns home where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights. 2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vesper police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullen learns that Charlie Spillane was shot in a bar in the very town Mullen dropped him off in by a man matching Mullen's description.
CPU is a constant over 55 degrees C. Yeah, so my laptop was chugging a lot. And I thought it's been a few months since I popped the bottom off and de-dusted it, like, you know, dusted off cleaned out all the fans and everything. And yeah, I didn't realize it. Something must have, you know, made more dust because, yeah, it was fucking chock full of dust. But yeah, it's nice and easy. The panel just pops off and then you just brush it and just, you know, I got some compressed air and blasted out all the nooks and crannies. And yeah, spun the fans up and then hit the compressed air the other way to force all the dust off really aggressively and got rid of it.
Desperate to clear his
and yeah,
name,
it's been
Mullen manages to convince
2.4
the Vesper police
gigahertz
to release
across
him
all 8
for
cores,
3 days,
65
so
degrees,
that Mullen
even when I'm
may
using it to
solve
do
his
stuff.
friend's
So yeah,
murder
it's back to normal
and
again.
prove his innocence.
AMD says he can handle 100 degrees sound, not a fan of the loud fans. Yeah, well, I mean, from what I understand, a lot of CPU... Sorry, the cat's just licking his bowl, so he's probably going to want some dry food in a sec. From what I understand, like, CPUs in general are made to operate around a certain temperature, and, like, laptop CPUs are obviously kind of, you know, they want to be at 60 to 70, you know, max. But desktop CPUs that are supposed to have like a fan and everything, yeah, they can get to like 100 and something degrees. I mean, my laptop one can get to 100 degrees, but only briefly, not for like an hour at a time. But for short 10, 15-minute workloads, it can be like full fans, go for it, and get the work done, and then it'll go back down to normal.
What's the matter, detective?
I want long-time fun with it, and so cooler, so longer it lives. Yeah, this is it. Like if you get a computer and you never, I mean, my CPU, I've barely ever seen it more than 38% used, unless sometimes when I start a game for the first time, or if I use the PS3 emulator, it has to compile a whole bunch of files for every single game before it can start. And that will make the CPU go up to like 95% because it's compiling stuff using the CPU. The emulator's doing its job. I've got the disk that the game comes on, and I put that in a disk drive and create my own ROM for the version that I want to play in English and everything. So it's easier just to use my own disk. But yeah, then when I emulate it, it has to, because even though I've inserted the disk, I have to create a whole bunch of stuff. I think they're called PPU files, as well as a few others. But it has to generate them whenever you start a game for the first time. So it takes fucking ages. And the CPU was like pegged. All the fans started going, but it was fine. It didn't get above like 78, 80 degrees. It was fine. But yeah, this is it. Like my CPU is hopefully going to last me for quite a long time. The GPU, I can't see the fans, but I don't really hear it like humming away. It just seems to be doing what it's doing. But that said, I usually can't get more than 120 FPS in games, which is strange. Well, Quake 3 I got more, but yeah, that's Quake 3. But,
the lieutenant shrugs, resigned to
But
the
yeah, I think it's
idea
because I might be
that his
recording
profession
gameplay as well.
will rarely, if ever, be accurately represented in art and literature. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beautiful, mysterious woman named Diana Denerva.
Nice. A dame.
Denerve reveals that she was Spillane's lover and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine smuggling operation. As soon as Mullen begins pulling at strings, the whole conspiracy begins to unravel.
Yeah, I feel as if with computer parts and stuff, like I'll try and not underclock it, but not push it too hard. I'll use it, but I won't be like absolutely battering it like 96 degrees, fucking just full fans. I won't batter it, the whole, for the majority of its lifespan. But once it starts to get to the point where it's not really relevant, and I start saving up money to buy a new one, that's when I'll be like, right, okay, I want to overclock it. I want to see what it can do. I want to see what kind of steady state I can get. Can I get it up to like, maybe sort of, if it's, I don't know what the 13700K, I think it's 3.6 with a boost of 4.2, I think. I'm like, can I get it to 4 stable? Yeah, can I get it to 3.9? Can I get it to 4 stable? And then just make sure the fan curve is really aggressive so it comes in really soon.
Not only is the local police captain...
Because, if I'm going to replace it, I want to see what it's capable of.
So is the son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector.
Because I have got...
Torvald, each of whom has his own reasons for wanting Spillane dead.
Downstairs in the garage, I've got my old build that I'm sort of had as a kid. And I've got an AMD Athlon, and I think it might be a dual-core 1.2 gigahertz processor. So it's two 1.2 gigahertz processors, which meant that I could have Winamp open playing music as well as playing a game at the same time, and the game wouldn't chug. And I was like, oh, this is the future. This is the future, chat. Even though I didn't have a chat back then, obviously, but yeah.
Outwardly, the old police captain.
But yeah, I remember I could have Winamp playing.
A barrel-chested man who's beaten
but
his
still have Quake 3 running on the 1.2 gigahertz, the other core.
He's also dirty and increasingly paranoid that someone's going to expose his role in the drug ring.
I have some overclock CPUs in the past, i7 2600K at 4 gigahertz or an i7 6800K at 5 gigahertz or an i7 9700K at 5.4 gigahertz. 5.4 is a lot. 5.4 is a lot. Like I say, I can't quite remember. Can't quite remember. So yeah, it's half and half. And the max boost clock is 5.4. But it usually runs performance core base frequency, performance core max frequency, efficiency core. So yeah. Yeah, so it's 8 core, but it's unfortunately these days it's half and half, isn't it? You've got half performance cores and half efficiency cores, which is why a 6-core AMD that's all performance cores will probably do better than my 8-core, because 4 of my cores are efficiency cores. So yeah, I like your words, Magic Man. Zuko, welcome in. Have an air cooler and a normal 12-core AMD CPU. Yeah, if you've got 12 cores, they're probably all full fat, like performance cores as well. So yeah, CPU is probably pretty good. I mean, mine, like I say, mine's got 4 cores that are performance and 4 for efficiency. So as long as the threading and the scheduling manager know that the game needs to use 1 or 2 of the performance cores, and then everything else can be done by the others. But yeah, it was a reasonably expensive CPU, and so far it's been pretty fucking solid. Yeah, because if the performance cores are running at 2-3 gigahertz each, and there's 4 of them, and then there's some efficiency cores for smaller tasks that are like 2.5 gigahertz. Yeah, that's all right.
He would certainly have the motive.
That'll do me.
but the
Thank you for the
captain
bonk.
walks with a noticeable limp
Always remove the
from
heat
an
spreader
overall
and
injury.
pimp the CPU
Is
with
it
new
possible
cooling.
that he was able to conceal it long enough to commit the murder?
So you saying you would delid and take the IHS off of, and then just mount your cooling solution directly to the chipset? Because I have heard of that, but I've also heard of lapping the top of the CPU. So you get there's a big stone wheel, and they polish the top of the CPU to be, because the GPUs it has that already. But yeah, CPUs you can get the surface of the IHS to be polished to be a mirror finish to create like a perfectly smooth surface, so you get the maximum amount of heat transfer. But I also read that without the rough surface to key into, sometimes the thermal paste doesn't stick to it as well. But yeah, there's all sorts of theories about how to get the best cooling, of course.
A typical privileged twat. In all likelihood, he's just in over his head. He does bear a personal grudge against Spillane, though, a former prosecutor who nearly brought down his father's administration. The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's manly build, but he is the correct height, and while interrogating him at his home, Mullen did notice a certain overcoat that looks suspiciously like his own.
But yeah, it's interesting to me how the way we've used like 13 nanometer, I think it's 13 nanometer, wavelengths of light to chemically etch CPU dies, and we've made them so small, but there's so much heat, and I'm like, when is there any way we could like etch them to be like more spaced out so the heat wasn't all like in a tiny fucking little 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter little chip? Could we not make them a little bit bigger? But I'm pretty sure that's what the Threadripper is, right? The Threadripper is just a fucking enormous, great big slab of CPU. Have they got like 32 cores, those things? They're fucking insane.
Torvald, the art collector, is a strung-out mess. Frankly, it's hard to imagine him holding a pistol steady enough to actually hit someone, let alone plug them 3 times in the chest the way Spillane did. That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long history, and while interrogating him, Mullen discovers that Torvald was once involved with Deanna Deneuve. Could it be that this is all over a sordid love triangle? One evening, Deanna Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka, and soon they're seeking comfort in each other's arms. Yes, comfort and pleasure. The warmth of another human's touch. The burning taste of liquor on her full, sweet lips. As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Deanna Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, "By the way, Dick, there was something else I meant to tell you."
Wait for it.
I love you. Always aim for the center of mass. Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words.
Most official of delidding. It's easier than explaining in another language. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I can't remember because at different packages, delidding them is different because sometimes you need heat and a very sort of sharp spatula. But sometimes there's a chemical you can put on the outside of the IHS around the seam where it joins, and that kills the adhesive, and you can just take it off. But I'm not sure. But yeah, I've seen people not delid, but just put the CPU upside down on a big stone wheel. You can get a CPU wet, and as long as you dry it before you put it in there, it should be fine. But they hold it down on this giant stone wheel, and it basically polishes the top of the IHS to be like a mirror shine. Which means that when you put some material on there, there's no nooks and crannies to form air bubbles, tiny microscopic air bubbles that would limit the transfer of heat. But
when Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. To make matters worse, his clothes are covered with her blood.
Double fuck.
Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing
used the tool and cracked it with a screw. Yeah.
Before the cops discover Deneuve's body, if they haven't been tipped off already.
But I saw one kid. I think I don't want to be stereotypical, but they may have been Russian. they got a C clamp or a G clamp, and they put the CPU's like board in the clamp, and then they lifted it up so the thumb, the bit of the clamp with the pivot on it, was just on the IHS, and they slowly tightened it, and it was pushing the IHS and just pinged it off. And I was like, I wouldn't do that with an expensive CPU, but yeah, I suppose that's one way.
If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life.
But yeah, I feel as if we keep making CPUs with more stuff in such a small space. I think we need to start because we already have multiple cores within one core. One sort of CPU has multiple cores rather than because things like Crisis doesn't run that well on modern hardware because it was written with code that only utilizes a single core. So we're limited because multi-core CPUs were like an exotic server technology back then, and people used to game on server hardware. You could get dual socket motherboards that could have 2 CPUs, but a lot of games just wouldn't take advantage of it. And Crisis was one of them. It only really cares about one core. So you need a very sort of Frankenstein CPU that has one absurdly powerful core rather than several sort of reasonably powerful ones.
Can you solve?
Which is it's a shame because one of the things about old games that's really fun is like this PC here. Like every game from my childhood, I could put it in this and do go on Nexus and find a patch to make them run at 4K. And it's ridiculous. The menu is like this tiny little box on the screen. You can barely see it because it used to be 600 by 800 and now it's 4K. but yeah.
So, you did it, Detective. Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve?
Destroyed only a 6800K from 3 CPUs. Having FOMO over computer speak. I'm sorry to hear about that, Suko. But yeah, I mean, at the moment it's a difficult time to build a PC because I was worried. I spent a bunch of money on a PC and I was like, oh, I have spent most of my savings and most of my spare cash on that PC. I spent a few £1,000s on it, but I've had a lot of fun playing games with it. It's improved the stream tenfold, if not more. And yeah, the price of things now, I'm like, fuck, like that GPU, my RAM, 32 gigabytes of fucking RAM is fucking like disgustingly expensive. It's like 800 quid. So yeah, I'm happy with that. McBain, welcome in. Good to see you again. See the Spain landings. The people from Morocco. I did see the videos, yeah. American friend had me buy a delidding tool for him since it could only be bought in Germany. They didn't send it to America, so I bought it and sent him. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, I have to do that for my friends sometimes as well. Bauer, whatever it goes by, yeah. Yeah, so military exported them all back a couple of days ago. Yeah, they've all been sent back. And it wasn't like mainland Spain. It was like another part of Morocco that's like a, I don't know if you could call it a peninsula or a esker, whatever the fuck it's called, but it's not like Spain. They didn't swim across the channel to Spain. They swam in the sea and then came aground on the same island, a continent, whatever, but in a part that's considered Spain. But it's because the minister said that the local authorities of that part were no longer allowed to send them back. But I think they've changed it now and they've all been deported. But yeah. Because some of them not saying all of them started violence. Well, yeah, I don't think I heard about any violence. I think that a bunch of people all sort of, all swam into the ocean and then swam down a little bit and then swam back to land. Because I think the regulation changed around people landing from the water. The local authorities weren't allowed to send them back or something. So that's why people swam, because you could just walk through. Well, apparently up until that point, people were just walking through the barriers. Like they were allowed to move. Yeah, they were allowed to move between the two countries. But because of something, but yeah. So they changed the U out to the 8 at some point. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. Worked at Case King. Okay. Not criticizing any of them because their country was at war and other reasons I'm not aware. Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing is that, you know, people are always like, oh, refugees and migrants and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, what are they trying to get away from? And nobody ever talks about the fact that they come from a country where the economy collapsed. There's no education. There's no jobs. There's no police. It's, you know, a dying country. It's a dying town, you know, and they want to find a better life. It's just, you know, if we don't stop these places from falling off the economic spectrum, we can't, you know, get upset when a bunch of people want to move to the next country to try and find work. You know, they're just, you know, you can't expect them to just live like cave people. You know, they're going to migrate somewhere and find a job because they want to survive. It's, you know, it's fairly humane when you think about it, but no, the newspapers are like, oh, they're going to come over here, they're going to attack all the women, they're going to take all the jobs, they're going to take all the houses and everything. It's like, well, there's only a couple of thousand of them. And there's what, how many billion people in this country? How many million people in this country? Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. Yeah, but yeah. Spain's situation was a planned attack from Morocco. They've been doing this alternative warfare for ages now because they don't like Spain, and Algeria became friends since Morocco and Algeria aren't friendly with each other. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there is a guy on TikTok who does a really, really good job of explaining this stuff. So for everybody that wants the content, I think I saved it. I'll check. Oh, look at that.
Croissant.
Silent Hill 3 music, though. Or similar.
You don't know what 50,000 Morocco.
Boondog weapon.
It's a quick. Nobody happened.
Enclave.
Israel.
Yeah, basically that guy he puts together very, very quick-fire, concise, factual breakdowns of what actually happens. And yeah, it takes a few days, they wait until they know what they're talking about. But yeah, that's the guy I always check. Whenever something's happening, that's the guy. Because yeah, I saw the videos and everybody was like, oh, the women are going to be attacked and oh, the jobs are going to be taken and oh, migrants this, migrants that. And I was like, let's just wait and see. Let's just see what actually happened. Let's wait for all the dust to settle down. And yeah, within a couple of days, they've all been sent back, right? They've all been deported or sent back, right? So it's like, you know, it was all a fucking, you know, a staged event. It wasn't actually migrants swarming in to take over a country or something. It's, you know, because yeah, the fact that they didn't even swim across the channel, they just swam off and then went along and then swam back down again. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. All planned, yeah. Planned attack from Morocco, yeah. Poondog, welcome in. Mr. Enigma is free from Cox. I'm not sure what any of that means, but thank you for letting me know. I read they send all back home and they all followed a lie on it. Yeah, it's all fucking bullshit. Bro, the media in Poland were all ablaze with, oh, women are... Well, this is the thing, is that, you know, the government and then the right wing is like, oh, we need to protect the women from these immigrants. And it's like, well, you should be protecting the women anyway. You should be thinking about women's rights. You should be speaking to women and listening to women about the things that they are concerned about. But the only time a bunch of these right-wing male figures seem to give a fuck about female safety or women's safety is when they can use it to pivot and angle it towards fucking attacking migrants. And it's like, for fuck's sake, man, like you're piggybacking off of the fear that women feel for their safety to attack a minority. Like, how fucking, like, morally bankrupt are you? You know? But anyway, let's play video games. Just speak about the e-files and not lie about... Yeah, this is the thing. Like, either you want to protect women and you want to fight for women's rights and equality, or you don't, you know? Don't just fucking, you know, put that hat on so that you can launch criticism at migrants, you know? Because, don't get me wrong, I have no doubt that there are definitely people within the migrant community that pose a threat to various different other kinds of people. But there are just as many people in any group of people that pose a threat to other people. That is a human problem. It's not a migrant problem, it's a human problem, right? So yeah, and the media tries so hard sometimes. Certain media outlets that have an agenda or a bias, they try so hard to fucking sensationalize and to fucking distort things like that to make it sound like, you know, like, oh my God, there's 10,000 migrants taking over Spain. And the amount of shit you saw off the back of that, there were people making pictures with AI of like people being attacked in famous Spanish parts of the city. And I was like, oh my God, people are so fucking like just the worst. I just have so little fucking patience for this fucking argument. It's 2026. I'm sorry. Like, if you're arguing with me about the color of somebody's skin, their fucking origin, or their fucking gender identity, I just don't have the fucking patience anymore. I'm sorry. It is 2026, and there are still people arguing for this to be, you know, for equality, right? They are still demanding to be treated like a human being, right? So I'm sorry. It's pretty clear. It doesn't matter how right-wing you are, you're not going to win. You're not going to win this fight. The fact is, this fight is going to die out with the boomer generation because very few people in my generation, and the generation behind mine especially, are right-wing. It's all going to fucking cease to exist. It's all just a fucking hangover from the First and Second World War. That's all that it is that the Second World War, the Nazis lost and everybody splintered off into their own little racist right-wing sects. And they've been sections, or whatever you want to call them. They've all been trying to fucking relaunch it in various different forms. And the most recent form is pipeline-focused propaganda on social media, where a post seems fairly normal, but then the comment section is all full of right-wing bots, fucking basically just copy-pasting and parroting right-wing propaganda. And they start making comments about how actually this person wasn't that bad. It's like, no, they were quite bad. They were quite bad, and that's why they're labeled as a right-wing fascist, all right? They're on the wrong side of history because they were a cold-hearted piece of shit. We all fucking found out because now we have all the information and we're going to learn from it and move forward. Stop trying to fucking justify who these people were. They were not good people, you know? They were charming, they were charismatic, they fucking knew how to lead people, but they were not a good person. They were good at things, but they were not a good person. They should not have risen to power. End of story. But yeah, you know, you've still got all of these fucking bot accounts on social media just constantly fucking generating all of this fucking propaganda. And it's like 95% bullshit. It's just a cursory Google search and you find out that that is not what happened. That's not the truth. And then you look at the profile that posted it, and that's the only video they've posted, or they've only posted like 7 videos in the last 9 months. And then you find a tool that tells you where the account is based, and it's based in fucking India somewhere or in China somewhere. But they're talking about the Western world as if they're trying to fight for it. It's like, it's fucking racist propaganda. And it's designed to radicalize men. It's designed to radicalize young people into being racist, because that's what it's always been, what propaganda's for. So yeah, that guy does a pretty good factory. I mean, he could be wrong. I'm not going to say that he's. I'm not going to say here now that he's always right, but he breaks it down and he fucking lists all of the facts. He lists all of the information and he talks about the situation with a certain degree of knowledge and context that explains it. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. You know, now it makes sense. Before I was like, what the fuck's going on? Nobody's being very clear about what's going on. He explains it. I'm like, oh, because of this, because of this, because of this, because of this. That all makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe he's lying as well. But the amount of information he delivers and how he explains it, it usually sounds pretty right to me. But, you know. But anyway, to be fair, I just need to look at Sweden, for example. It goes wrong. It just allow immigrants to enter, and then Sweden is backtracking, majority trying to fix it. Yeah, so Sweden's kind of in the firing line. You've got Italy, and then you've got Sweden, but obviously Italy sort of sticks out. So lots of people sort of migrate to Italy, and then they migrate up, and it's like either go to Sweden or go to Germany. So Sweden does have issues with migrants, but more to the point where if they're not able to find a job, they're not able to find a house, they can't help but be a problem to society because they haven't got any job to do. And I don't know what's going on in Sweden. I can't speak on it because I'm not from there. But from what I've heard, yeah, there is a problem with immigration in Sweden. But migrants, people, human beings, I'm sure if you give them a fucking job, they'll be fine. If you give them a job and somewhere to live, I'm sure they'll be fine. That's what a lot of them are just looking for, because they couldn't find it in their home country. But yeah. Well, so can I remember the name of the fucking video? Somebody in a video had a map, and I wish I could remember the name of the video. They had a map showing how a bunch of people try and get into Italy because of some reason, and then they get moved on and they move north of Italy, and they end up going north up to Sweden or north up to Germany. Or from Germany, they can also go to France. And they showed like a breakdown of how England takes like a very small percentage of immigrants compared to Spain, Germany, and France. You know, we take a tiny, tiny portion. So actually, there isn't actually that many people moving to England. France and Germany do take on a lot, but yeah. Many problems with the massive humans, but still work on it. Rents costs explode, but many of them would go work when it works. Most come from China, bot farms. It's business model here, business model there, and so long it target other countries trying to do shit about it. They pass Germany and 6 other countries before Sweden. Yeah. They go from Germany to Sweden, as if anything. They come to Sweden because we give them food, money, an apartment, and citizenship for nothing. 2 million. Yeah, well, 2 million. Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, in the UK, it's nowhere near that many. Welcome in there, Krill.
Could be. Who knows? Only one way to find out. You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you find yourself completely engrossed. You're turning pages so fast, you don't even notice the ancient spine coming unglued.
It was a TikTok, not a video. But yeah, basically that's what I was talking about. Is that like Germany, France, Spain, and a bunch of other places take in way more refugees than the UK does. Because people are like, why do all the refugees come to England? They don't. They don't. Like a really small percentage of refugees come to England, probably because they speak English or they have family here. You know, not to mention the fact that
they come loose, but your fingers aren't quick enough.
They're
gone.
When somebody with like a degree or a PhD in something, migrates to England to work in England, they're not taking a job away from some chump with no GCSEs because they didn't go to school. Those are the people that have no education, or they had education, but they didn't fucking go, or they didn't fucking listen. So they got no GCSEs. They're like, well, I can't find a job because of immigrants. The job you're going for is not being filled by an immigrant. Like, it's not. A lot of the people that migrate to the UK either get a qualification in our education system, or they already have a qualification that they want to use in our labour market. So yeah, like once you break all that down, it's nowhere near as much of an issue as people make it out to be. But just the UK is just full of fucking racist propaganda.
But it would take way too long.
2.2 million immigrants in Sweden and 10 million population. And 68% doesn't want to be a part of the country's culture. That's what statistics, interviews and everything. So in Sweden, immigration didn't work at all. At least from a certain part, Finnish, Algerian, Balkan and Asian immigrants worked. So yeah, some immigration has worked, but some hasn't. So you have to ask yourself, like, how was one handled and how was the other handled? Syria emptied their prison and told them, no, not you, assistant, go away. During the Assad regime, they did what Castro did on Miami. When that happened is when Denmark really closed down our borders to them, and a few of them made it to Denmark and escorted over Sweden. Talking 22% of countries, population really fucks up a country. And yeah, migrant families, they work and pay taxes and are good people, but the young lads, especially the ones that Syria emptied their prisons on Sweden, are very, very... Oh, fuck off, phone, shut up. Sorry, every time I say Syria, it thinks I'm talking to the fucking assistant on my phone. 85, yeah. Obviously, if you've got a bunch of ex-inmates, a bunch of prisoners that are clearly bad people, yeah, that's if they're prisoners, then yeah, that's different. They're a known threat. They're a convicted and known threat to people. They're not normal migrants, of course. If anybody were basically whipped. Jesus, whenever the subject of migrants comes up, I'm so torn because on one hand, I want everyone to get help and live a better life, but on the other, you can't help everyone, and countries want to focus on their own citizens, as they should, of course, but damn, it's a hard topic. Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think that, like, the thing about countries is the big picture, when you zoom out, the big picture is countries want to have, like, the highest population of working people. And they want the most young men so they can have lots of soldiers if they need to go to war. And that's hopefully less of an issue these days. But ultimately, you want a strong labour force that's manufacturing and exporting lots of goods as a net contributor to other markets that allows you to improve your economy. But the UK hasn't had a very strong industrial and or just general labour market for quite some time. We have a lot of problems with youth unemployment at the moment because entry-level positions are now done by AI or they've been automated, and full-time working adults are taking on all the part-time jobs to make ends meet because everything's so expensive. So there aren't any jobs for kids to do, so they're not getting into the world of work, which is a very big problem because they're the next generation of people that are going to work and pay tax. But yeah, it's a complicated situation because, yeah, if you've got a bunch of people that want to come and work and they do work, that's good. But yeah, if you haven't got any jobs to give them, but they don't know that until they get here, that's when everything starts to get out of balance, of course. But yeah, main difference is some cultures that aren't compatible with each other and some refuse to change to the culture they move to. Yeah, and I think that a certain amount of culture, like cultural differences, they tend to be more sort of social frictions than, like a threat to other people. Like, I don't see a lot of cultural differences where actually they want to do something that is against the law in this country. It's quite rare. That's part of their culture. Now, Sikhs are allowed to carry a ceremonial dagger, and that's obviously carrying a knife in public. However, when you look at statistics of knife crime, it's very, very, very rare that anybody even remotely linked to the Sikh religion is the person committing knife crime. And if they are, they're not using that dagger. They're using a knife, right? So yeah, because that's not used as a murder weapon, I think we sort of accept that one. But other than that, it's very rare that I hear about a cultural difference where somebody attacks another person or kills somebody or murder or stabs somebody or does something that's against our laws, that's culturally, you know, because this is a fucking really, it's a difficult topic to talk about on a live stream because I don't want people to take me the wrong way. I'm just speaking about this objectively because I don't know, I don't have all the answers, but all I can say is in the UK, the newspapers will talk about how culturally they're trying to take over London. They're trying to take over parts of, you know, England, but it's all fucking racist propaganda bullshit. None of it's true. And like I say, having met all sorts of people from all sorts of different ethnicities and stuff, I've met just as many nice people as bad people in any sort of capacity. It's just, you know, the human beings are human beings. It doesn't really matter what God they pray to or what color their skin is. Human beings have the capacity to be good or the capacity to be bad. And I don't think it's right to try and imply that somebody's religion, ethnicity, or gender identity has any bearing over their potential to be good or bad. White people aren't always good, and black people aren't always bad. That's just an outdated bullshit 1920s opinion that some people refuse to let go of, and they should, because it's bullshit. The measure of a human being's, you know, qualities and characteristics and, you know, beneficial characteristics, it's got very little to do with the color of their skin or their religion or their gender identity or their ideology. It's much more to do about their environment. People are much more affected by their environment than they are by their religion or anything. And it's just, everyone's always looking for someone else to blame. So, you know, and it's no surprise that when people are looking for someone to blame, if they try and scapegoat somebody, they need to be able to point them out in a crowd. So who do they choose? Yeah. Asians are the best. They work like hell and they learn the culture and they teach themselves Swedish in under 1 year. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not too, I mean, I'm sure there's factors that affect how easily somebody can integrate into another society. And it's not always the person's fault. Sometimes it is genuinely difficult to integrate into a society, but there's always going to be people that just don't want to bother, but it's the same the world over. You know, there's people that don't want to bother being English. You know, they don't want to work, they don't want to pay tax, they don't want to be, you know, they want to just fucking, it's just claim as much as they can and get a free ride. And they were born here. You know, they're white, Caucasian, they were born here. They're British through and through. They got a British passport on birth, but they don't want to contribute to the country that they're so proud of. They don't want to work and pay tax. It's just like, well, you know, you're not English. You don't work and pay tax to support this country. You're not a patriot. You're a fucking parasite, you know? But, yeah. From Ukraine, they immediately became part of the Danish culture in Denmark and learned the language insanely quickly, while some immigrants from certain cultures didn't know Danish after living here for 20 years. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I think, like, culturally, if certain people stay home and don't go out in public, they're not going to learn to speak the language. Whereas culturally, if everybody goes out to work, all those people are going to learn the language because they need to for work, right? Anyway, we have got an ad break coming. I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen. I will catch up on these messages before I come back. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment.
Well, a cad mummy. Very unusual for where it was found.
It's called a cornetto?
And the thief left behind his Vatican calling card.
Vatican robber in Connecticut. That seems a bit far.
Look at this chat. We got a fucking croissant. Let's fucking go. Cool. We are ticking them off the list, chat. As you as I was saying, chat, we are fucking ticking them off the list. Just ignore that. It's fine. I was just testing something. Right. Let's not fucking yeet ourselves off the edge this time. Okay, we can't get that, that's fine. Game! Oh my god, game! Fucking grab the fucking game. What is this? Oh my god, game, you fucking done me. You fucking done me. Fucking hell, dude. So there's a grapple point back there, but it just doesn't work.
I think you could maybe, you know, like, you know, maybe make some space for me, maybe, you know, maybe, ooh woo, maybe. Can I just sit on your lap, please? Ooh woo.
I don't even want your loot. You can keep it. Fucking scum. Where it's based. What's gonna fuck me? What's gonna fuck me? Is it gonna be me? Is that a boss run? That's a boss run. Oh my god.
Stop it.
As if that didn't break. How am I supposed to break it? Bro. Bruh. Skill issue. Like it didn't break. Just didn't break. I don't know why Dark Souls fans get so upset by Blighttown. Far too afraid to ask. For me, it's kind of enjoyable when you learn the basics. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, it seems as if we've got some examples in chat where people have like migrated to another country and integrated, and it's been fine. But I'd like to know how much of that integration was facilitated and supported by the governments and local authorities, because I would argue that primarily most of the time when a migrant population becomes problematic, it's because there isn't anywhere to house or employ them. So in any case, regardless of where somebody comes from, if they're in their home country or if they're in another country, if people don't have the ability to find a job and earn money and then have somewhere to live, criminality as a percentage of people is inevitable, regardless of who they are. It doesn't matter who they are, what ethnicity they are, what, you know, religion, what gender identity, what, you know, what country they come from. It doesn't matter. People that can't find shelter and food will turn to crime, regardless. It's not like a failing of any one particular ideology, religion, or ethnicity. It's just a human nature. It's a trait of human nature, is that if you can't provide people with a way to earn the things they need, they'll just fucking take them. And that's the thing I don't really get about the UK and how supermarkets are overcharging for food and all sorts of other stuff, is that eventually people will all just start fucking stealing. Like, stealing from supermarkets will just become the norm. And supermarkets will cry out that they're losing billions in profits to theft, and everyone will be like, oh, boo-hoo. You know, you shouldn't have charged fucking 3 times the price for a pint of milk. You know, you shouldn't have charged fucking 6 times for certain goods. You know, it's your job to fucking keep prices down, but you didn't. The second there's an economic instability of any sort, the supermarkets jack the fucking prices up, try and squeeze the public for every fucking penny. So I'm sorry, when this wave of shoplifting starts to happen, I'm going to fucking laugh, because fuck them. They put themselves in between a populace of people and the food they need to survive. You put yourself in the firing like that because it's profitable, also expect to be in the firing line when it's not. Sorry, it's just how industry works. You charge people too much for something, they'll fucking take it. And it's always been that way. It's always been that way. So many times, history will describe a barbaric race of people that came over on boats or on horses and pillaged villages, just stole all this stuff. And you find out that actually we were interrupting supply trade to their part of the world for years, and we slowly starved them to try and get rid of them as a race of people. And they finally had enough and decided, fuck it, we're going to march and fucking take what we need to survive. They were forced into it. I'm not saying that violence is right, but don't make people violent. Don't make violence the only option to people, and they won't choose it. Because believe you me, the average human being, like the overwhelming majority, the average human being does not want to be violent. They don't want to steal. They don't want to kill other people just to survive. It's not the fucking caveman days anymore. We don't have to fucking beat each other over the head with a piece of wood to fight over some scraps of food. We have mass production of all sorts of stuff. There's fucking plenty of everything. So why human beings are being left in countries with failing economies and bad leadership and fucking militias forcing the working class to fucking work for pennies and pay 50% tax and live in shanty towns, it's fucking absurd. It's absolutely fucking absurd. No wonder these people migrate. Because it's fucking like, it's like living in the fucking dark ages in some third world countries. No running water, no sanitation, no electricity, no gas, no internet, no clean drinking water, no fucking clean food. No wonder they fucking migrate. Of course they're going to migrate. That part of the world has become inhospitable. So of course they're going to try and find a better life somewhere else. It's not fucking rocket science, you know. And speaking of rockets, like that video correctly pointed out, if there's a fucking war going on between a European Union country and a non-European Union country, and a bunch of migrants flee the surrounding countries of that non-EU country to move to Europe to get away from it, that's fucking Europe's fault for going to war with a country. I'm sorry. That's what it is. You know, if you create a bunch of refugees, you need to house them. You need to find a place to fucking put them, because you've just destroyed where they live. You've made it unsafe to live there. If you've got kids and a war breaks out in the neighbouring country, you don't fucking hang around, do you? When the bombs start to drop, no, you get the fuck out of there and right on you. Good for you. Doing the right thing, trying to find a safer place for your kids. Yeah, it's people fucking demonise them with this fucking propaganda. Anyway, it's just white collar work that's harder to find, or it's altogether UK, because AI hasn't replaced many blue collar. Automation has, though, like factories and automation. There's no simple entry-level industry jobs. The UK got deindustrialized when Thatcher went up against the unions. And it's a difficult situation, but the end result is that the UK's labour market became significantly deindustrialized, and therefore we don't have a manufacturing sector like we used to. And because we don't have a manufacturing sector like we used to, a bunch of people that lived in towns and places where factories used to exist don't have those jobs anymore. So those jobs migrated to the cities. The cities became even more overpopulated. And we now have a situation where we have 1.3 million unemployed, but only 700,000 vacancies currently listed. So even if we filled all 700,000 jobs tomorrow, we'd still have a good 600,000 people out of work with no job to even apply to. So the UK labour market is pretty fucked. And the fact that we have to import everything because we don't have a manufacturing sector anymore, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. So yeah, not the best move. Selling off council houses and not replenishing stock has also gone on to become a housing crisis, which arguably something could have been done in between Thatcher selling off the council houses, but nobody did. And they were also part of the Conservative government. So arguably, you know, this is what's happened, is that everybody has decided to to just fuck tomorrow because they want to get paid today. And it's that short-sightedness, that lack of long-term financial prosperity-focused thinking that has led the UK into the situation it's in now. And my heart absolutely fucking bleeds for kids that are 19, 20 years old, finally becoming young adults and just not having a world to move into. It's fucked. In Sweden, those Sikh wouldn't be allowed to have a knife. Yeah, well, I'm not too sure about what the Sikh population, how many there are, but yeah. Nobody except carpenters. Okay. But yeah, Sikh, yeah, this is the thing, is that lots of people in London say that, yeah, there's an argument that Sikhs are allowed to carry knives, ceremonial knives, but overwhelmingly every single person in London said that the Sikh community is literally the nicest community on the planet. They are the nicest people. So everyone's kind of like, yeah, but if I see some guy in public who's carrying a ceremonial dagger, I know that's a religious obligation and he's not going to use that for anything other than the religious and ceremonious purpose. The only time somebody of that, group of people, I don't even think they were Sikh, but they were part of a group, they were part of the Sikh community, but they weren't Sikh themselves. They stabbed somebody, but it wasn't with the ceremonial dagger. It was with a different kind of knife. So actually, it wasn't actually really related, but the right wing tried to say that the Sikhs are allowed to carry daggers and now one of them stabbed somebody. That's the way they say it. The Sikhs are allowed to carry ceremonial daggers. One of them just stabbed this kid here. But it wasn't somebody who was genuinely Sikh. It wasn't a practicing Sikh, and it wasn't a ceremonial dagger. It was just somebody who was part of that community who stabbed somebody. So it didn't have anything to do with them being Sikh. But the media replayed. That's the way they told the story. I've explained this to people before. The UK media, they report on things. They choose to not report on English people doing things that are wrong, and they report on non-English people or non-white people doing things that are wrong exclusively. They hardly ever talk about white people doing anything wrong. To sow this subconscious propaganda idea that all the crime is, it's fucking disgusting. It's disgusting. But also something will happen and then they'll report on it on a certain way without lying, just omitting to some details, which is why I got that video up of that guy. He doesn't omit any, he explains the entire situation, which is why I like them. But yeah, it's almost never as bad as people make out. The internet makes everything seem a lot better or a lot worse than it actually is. And there's a lot of bot traffic that's being utilized and paid for by the right to perpetuate and propagate propaganda about how immigration is bad and other religions are going to fucking take over the world and the Western world and white people are under oppression and under fire. None of it's true. It's all fucking bullshit. But they try and softball people into it. They pipeline them. Starts off with posts that aren't that bad, that are kind of, they seem informative and to the point, but there's always a racist undertone that's very, very subtle. But then they slowly start seeing more and more racist stuff until their feed and their algorithm is just that. And they've been pipelined. And it's just, yeah, it's all fucking propaganda. Like, it's just, that's what it is. And you have to be able to spot it. You have to read into where these profiles come from. You have to see if they're you have to fact check them to see if they're full of shit or not. Because a lot of the time they are. Anyway, let me scroll through this list a quick sec. Kurds are also amazing. Yeah, well, this is the thing, is that, like I've worked with a bunch of Estonians, and I've worked with a bunch of Polish, and I've worked with a bunch of Albanians and Estonian. I've worked with people from all over the world, and they're just fucking people. I work with them, and they're just fucking people. They don't drink as much tea as me. But they're fucking people. I get along with them. They like films and music, and you take them to a museum and they're like, oh, we have nothing like this at home. This is amazing. This is free. I'm like, yeah, it's free. I can come here whenever I want. Yeah, whenever you want, just the train ticket. They're like, look at this, look at this, look at this, because they don't have it at home. And they're just so happy to have like a job and a flat. That's all they really want. They just want some safety and some security in life, which is fucking perfectly reasonable. And then they talk to me about the culture that they bring with them, the food, the fashion, the music, the art. They bring so much culture to my doorstep. It's so fucking cool how many different cultures I can go and experience from people who are that culture in London. There are so many parts of London I can go to, a cafe, to a restaurant, to a museum, to some form of public-facing entity where I can experience and interact with a culture from somewhere else in the world. And I can go and do that and just jump on a fucking tube train and go see something else in an art gallery, or go and see something else in a restaurant. Or it's so fucking cool how much culture there is in my country, like English culture. Like, oh, nobody gives a fuck about English culture. Well, I'm sorry, but have you seen the other cultures? Have you seen how colourful and vibrant and interesting and passionate other people are about their history? But my history as an English person, what, going around and fucking using muskets to fight people that had basic stick tools and bows and arrows, and taking all of the fucking minerals and vitamins and spices and herbs and all the fucking resources. I'm sorry, it's not a history I'm proud of. But I look at all this other culture, all these other amazing cultures that have got all these amazing stories about why they wear that kind of clothing, or why they cut their hair like that, or why they cook food like that. There's so many interesting things that I can experience just within my own borders. I don't even need to fucking use my passport. You know, it's fucking crazy. London is this melting pot of all these amazing different cultures. It's fucking amazing. I don't know why people have some people are so fucking miserable. They have a problem with it. Anyway. And I know how it can be a problem too from a person who it takes 2.2 million in 10 years. Yeah, the thing is, if there's too many people and there's not enough jobs, it's always going to be a problem. It's not even about migrants. Like, if your country doesn't have enough jobs, Stabby, welcome in, by the way. If your country doesn't have enough jobs or enough houses or enough homes, immigration's always going to be a problem. And that's not, like I say, it's not necessarily the migrants' problem. They just can't integrate into a society if there's no homes or jobs. And that's just unfortunately something that happens when the entire world thinks the streets of London are paved with gold and that there's millions of jobs, and you just work 35 hours a week and you can have a Mercedes and a fucking mansion. They get lied to. It's propaganda. They get lied to, right? They get lied to by people that charge them to help them get across the border, and those people are making money off of these people's dreams. So the migrant is a victim of their own problem, you know? Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with people going out there looking for a better life. I agree that, you know, if you empty out a prison and then just send all of them somewhere else, that's obviously not okay. They are problematic to society. But yeah, just people moving from one country to the next, trying to find a place to live and work. Because, you know, most people don't want to fucking give up on their heritage and their culture, but they have to because of a war or because of a lack of opportunity. So what else can they do? It's just human beings trying to survive. And yeah, if you fucking... you should go back to a slightly longer beard, Crumbs, just saying. What, did you see the clip from Dark Souls where I had a bit more of a beard? Yeah, it gets really fucking... It gets really annoying. The thing is, when I shave it off, it doesn't look... When I trim it down to like a number 3, it doesn't... I mean, this length is all right. I'm trying to figure out what this length is. But there is a way I can keep it this length, but sort of like look after it a bit better. But yeah, it does give me a bit more of a jaw, which I suppose is nice. But yeah, it's also a bit more fucking upkeep. I know I usually just get fed up and just buzz it to a number 3. Sorry to say, but we're still part of a region called Scandinavia, even though we aren't on the Scandi Peninsula. On the Peninsula of Cheaters, you guys went off it. I still owned all the countries we used to own. We're still connected. You go back to a slightly longer beard. Swedish government's really tried to integrate you. Yeah, I wonder why it didn't work. This is the thing. Yeah, I wonder why it didn't work. Because it has worked in many, many other places. Especially now when it's turning grey. Oh yeah, it is getting a bit grey down here, unfortunately, but yeah. They've went to the extent of not allowing too many people of one culture to live in the same area to try and integrate them better. Well, yeah, this is the thing. In London, they've all migrated into certain areas. So there's certain areas that have a very strong population of one culture, and therefore that area kind of becomes synonymous with that culture. And lots of people have a problem with that. But personally, I'm like, it's just a bunch of people banding together to celebrate and be part of their own culture. And I don't think there's that much of a problem with that. You know, because if all those people work and pay tax in our economy, then they are supporting our country. So, you know, I don't think, you know, them having like, you know, religious or ceremonious or national holidays being observed more heavily in certain areas. It's, Kira, welcome in. Good to see you. Enjoy your daily bread. Yeah, I don't think it's as much of a problem as people make out. I think that the newspapers, at the behest of the people who own the newspapers, enjoy your daily bread, Krill. Denmark even went to the extent of allowing too many in the culture. In Scandinavia, they get all their help, integrate and do a shit ton. They just don't want to live on free money. Bootlickers will be crying with the companies. Yeah. Had hard times economically and tried to get money from the government to get a little help with paying rent and help lease. And they said, "Oh, you're Swedish, gave you school, blah blah blah." And I asked your mum. I was like, "Well, is that how it works?" Native Swedes get shit when others get funds. Makes every Swede very angry, especially when women can't even go out on night. And we didn't even have, as the word back in the 90s. Well, the thing is, women all over the world, women can't go out at night. That's a masculinity problem, you know. Women fear for their safety at night all over the world, regardless of migrant population. Doesn't matter. But that's not specifically a migrant issue. But yeah, that's a male behaviour issue, which is, you know, not specifically exclusive to one demographic like migrants or one part of the world. Obviously, women have less rights in other parts of the world, which is different. But yeah, women are afraid all over. I mean, even in America and the UK, women are afraid. When, you know, over in the West, we provide probably a much better quality of life to women than the other parts of the world that I don't want to talk about. But women are still afraid. Women are still at threat. You know, they still feel at risk, which is a problem that we need to address as a society, because women make up a huge, well, half of the population. You know, half of society, and they play a very important role in many important roles in society. So yeah, the fact that they feel unsafe walking home at night, even though we have a bunch of police and all sorts of other things, they still feel unsafe. It's like, well, we could do better, right? We should be doing better. Because if you can't look after your women and children, what kind of fucking society is that? You know, we need to do better, in my humble opinion. Pretty sure you're trying though. Wonder if my company works in the UK, because we don't even have education as a requirement. Especially sort of on Shitaton. UK has many outdated systems. We're there's some stuff that's fucking just ridiculously out of date. Oh my goodness, I've missed a lot. Apologies, chat. I will just jump ahead and play the game in a moment. But yeah. You'd be able to go out at night in Scandinavia, no problem. The migrants are major percent. Yeah. I mean, we don't need to use that word. Yeah, if we could try and use stars to block it out, because we might trigger somebody in chat. I want to make sure we keep everybody as safe as possible, but yeah. But the thing is, like I say, it's, like, migrants aren't any more or any less of a risk than any other human being. It's a human behavior thing. There isn't a higher percentage of, or a higher propensity for aggression from a migrant as there is a national and a native person. You know, it's a human behavioral problem, not a migrant problem. Word written in 1875 and the verb was form was around 1940s. Latest stats: 70% of cases. I'm not sure if it's, well, let's not start throwing statistics around without. If you can find me the paper where they drew those statistics from that explains everything, then fine. But if you can't provide, you know, the actual report, then I don't want to talk about statistics, because they're usually, you know, bastardized or manipulated in some way. I mean, I've got a book on it that I'm reading on the website. Does it actually block it on the? Okay, good. Looked up in the word and how many times it's happened. It's in Swedish, so how can you read it? You can trust it's true from good sources. Well, no, without a source, I don't believe statistics.
Yes.
The UK media has been so unbelievably biased and selective with its figures that if I can't see the report myself, I'm not willing to accept statistics. I'm sorry.
You should get back to solving your own murder, detective.
Don't forget, it could have been the delirium tremens. In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity.
Yeah, the book literally fell apart.
Jamais vu, derealization. jamais vu, the opposite of déjà
Thank you for the streak, Kira. I appreciate
Not
that.
already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
A fundamental question. Just saying, there are ways to read it, even if you learn. So yeah, this is the thing: is that even the fact that if you were trying to read it and you translated it, you would misunderstand it. I'm trying to also imply that in the UK media, lots and lots of figures that get cited are debunked when more information is provided. So they will say that out of this particular subset of this particular demographic of this particular crime, this is how many people do this. But that is only a very small portion. There's like 9 people out of like 50, 60,000, 500, 600,000. And it's 85% of that particular group and that particular crime. But actually, in the grand scheme of things, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that makes that people are very, very, very underhanded with how they report and parrot statistics. And I'm not saying you guys are doing this, but the reason I have this stance is that unless I can read the report myself and get all of the information, statistics mean very little to me. In the UK, statistics have become basically worthless to me, because the amount of statistics in my day-to-day life I would see and hear about on newspapers, that within 6 months, a year, 2 years, somebody would then break down how that was not true. It's happened so many times that now when somebody says, yeah, but 90% of this is migrants, I'm like, I don't believe that. I'm sorry, I just don't. Without reading the report myself, without understanding the context of how that figure was calculated, the methods and the model of the experiment and the review, I just don't take statistics at face value anymore. I can't. I've seen so many statistics that have been completely and utterly biased and wrong. I just don't take them at face value anymore. I just can't. Media aren't allowed to take statistics, basically. No, but they're allowed to report on them specifically in a way that bolsters their argument. This is the thing, is that we have all kinds of scientists in the UK doing all kinds of reviews and publishing all kinds of reports, but the media then takes some of the numbers from that report and uses them to make an argument for their agenda. That's what they do in the UK, which is why I, as a person from the UK, put very little faith in when I hear just one statistic without a full explanation of how that statistic was calculated. Because, as I say, a lot of them turn out to be wrong. Or they are the right number, but they are part of a much bigger, much more complex situation that actually casts a completely different light on that figure, basically. Because I see it and I feel, yeah, see, this is the thing, Stabs. Me and Stabby are in the UK, and I share, this is what I was saying, that I haven't got any more fucking patience for it. Me and Stabby live in the UK, and we have seen the way the UK media, but also the world media, has misrepresented things so much that I don't have any more energy to argue about the things that I have been seeing my entire life. I can't speak about the rest of the world, but when I see like content being posted on social media about how things work in the UK, for a start, most of it has been proven to be from India. Like, someone did a massive scrape. They looked at most of the accounts. They said, this is a list of all the accounts that we found from India that are the biggest right-wing, social media presences out there. Where they're getting the money from, well, it's probably Stephen Yaxley Leonard, it's probably Nigel Farage, it's probably a bunch of other right-wing fuckers that are paying for it all. But it's all bot accounts. They're all from India or from China. They're not from the UK. And they're lying about, and they use statistics all the time. They talk about how this is how many people were attacked by a certain demographic and blah, blah. And I'm just fucking fatigued by it. It's just fucking noise to me now. Like, I know it isn't true, but nobody will shut up about it. And I'm the same, Stabs. I'm just like, I'm just done with it. Immigrants thing, it's just tiring for me because I hear it. So yeah, it's not to dig at anyone. It's just, yeah, I'm the same, Stabs. We can move on. We can move on. main news channels here are state sponsored. Yeah, and state sponsored, but also, you know, this is the thing is, like, so many fucking like good sources in the UK have been exposed as not being good sources and actually being massively biased. And it turns out that actually the person who was the owner of this media outlet or this fucking government official was actually just fucking time and time again. It's been proven that the fucking newspapers, the fucking internet, it's all just fucking 90% bullshit. It's 90%, but there's so little truth in any of the fucking discourse or content about immigration, ethnicity, sexual assault, violence, unemployment. There's so much misinformation. And the Trump administration, when they got elected, every time there was a report or a statistic about the Trump party that was bad, they would pay through the nose to do a bunch of other reports that were completely fucking farcical and completely pointless. But what it did was it created this fatigue where people saw so many conflicting statistics that they stopped paying attention. It's called flooding the zone with shit. And it was a major pillar of how Donald Trump got elected in the first place. And they've started to do that in the UK as well. Me and Stabby both see it day in, day out. We're just completely bombarded with constant statistics. I've got a book about how numbers are all being manipulated and how... So, I mean, one of the clearest examples, right? just to finish this off. Look at any cosmetics advert. Any cosmetic... It's usually not just cosmetic, but this is the easiest way to tell. Any cosmetics advert in the UK... They legally have to put at the bottom, this is what I mean, they have to show how many people they asked. They say 8 out of 10 women would recommend blah, blah, blah. They have to put at the bottom in legible text how many people they asked, surveyed, and the number is always completely fucking arbitrary. It's like 8,612 or 615 or 1,805. It's always a completely fucking arbitrary number. And the reason for that is they asked 10,000, but if they then get rid of and they scale down, they just randomly order them and they keep dropping the number of questions of people they asked until the percentage of people that were positive goes up, and that's the sample size they choose to go. And they're allowed to do that. Statistically, they're allowed to do that. They're allowed to ask 10,000 people, but then only take 8,000 of those results, because at 8,000, when they're randomly organized as they currently are, they can then say that 80% of people in that sample size were positive. If you make it 10,000, it was 42%. And this is the thing, is that the report can be done, but if you don't show me the report, the full report, the statistic means nothing to me. I've had so many people launch arguments at me saying 1 in 5 and 56% and 92% and 105 out of 200. I'm just completely fatigued when it comes to people bolstering arguments about something with a numerical metric that is completely unfounded, without any fucking receipts, without any fucking report, without any sort of documentation. I just don't believe them anymore. I just don't. All of them are almost always bullshit. And I don't like saying this because I'm a fucking man that likes to find the reason in things. I like to find the logic behind things, the truth of how things work, the thing that makes sense, that I can understand. But my fucking God, is there a lot of fucking bullshit out there? Because I find people talking about something. I look up the person's name. They've deliberately misspelled the name of the statistician that did the report. The statistician that did the report has an NDA where they're not allowed to talk about it publicly. But if I email that person, who is a fucking passionate PhD scientist who has done the statistic work, they will send me the paper. And then I can read the paper and find out that that statistic is from a small subset of the overall sample size that represents about 0.3% of everybody that was involved in that particular statistical report. And that particular thing, yes, 8 out of 10, 7 out of 8, whatever, 92%, 82%. Yes, in that particular, and I'm not saying that's what this is, but time and time again, I've had to ask the person who wrote the fucking paper or did the fucking report to email me a PDF of the fucking report, because they're allowed to do that because it's their work. They're not allowed to talk about it publicly because the person that funded them has them under NDA, but they're allowed to send it to me, or they're not really supposed to, but they do because they're proud of their work, because they're a scientist. Then you get to fucking understand. But the thing is, I'm not allowed to take somebody else's work and put it on the internet and talk about it, because I'm not allowed to do that. But that's what people are doing. They're taking a statistic from a fucking paper and bastardizing it and launching it and poisoning it in a way that makes it seem like the problem they're trying to fabricate out of nothing exists. And I'm just fucking tired of it. I'm tired of it. I don't want to fucking hear it anymore. I just don't have anything left. I am so depleted of patience, empathy, compassion, or reason. I just don't have it in me anymore. I just don't. So yeah, I'm with you. From the state, not the media. Yes, but the media is reporting on specific. This is what I mean. What did you know? Whatever. I don't have the patience to explain this anymore. Please understand that I just don't really fucking care anymore. I don't want to upset anybody. I really don't. But I just don't want to argue with anybody anymore. I'm sick and tired of trying to make people see how things are and them just fucking refusing to take anything I say on board. I'm just done. 41 years I have been trying to make the world a more equilibrious and safe place for everybody, to stop people fucking fighting and arguing with each other over trivial bullshit. And I'm just done. I'm tapped out. I am just done. I'm done. I just don't have it in me anymore to try and convince people to stop being racist, or to stop being sexist, or to stop being misogynistic, or to stop being greedy, or to stop being aggressive, or to stop being ignorant. I just don't understand how like 80% of the human race are like fucking animals in human bodies. They're so fucking pathetic sometimes. I just wish we could live in a world where we could just fucking get along with each other and stop dropping bombs on each other and shooting guns at each other and attacking each other over fucking bullshit that 99%, like I say, a bunch of the time, it doesn't even fucking exist. It doesn't exist. It's fucking made up to make you angry at your neighbor rather than the person that's exploiting you for your fucking money and how much it costs you to live. I'm fucking done. Excuse me. I'm fucking done. I'm sorry. I just want human beings to remember what it means to be compassionate and what it means to be fucking like fair with each other. Because my God, do people find things to fucking argue over. I'm just done. I'm just fucking done. I'm just fucking done. My chocolate is my chocolate and I'll stay greedy. Fair enough. Stuff for the minute. I don't have a good chocolate. I know you say. To be fair, very pretty. Yeah. So we're talking about chocolate, but yeah, I'm sorry, dudes. I just don't have it in me anymore. I just don't. The thing is, this whole fucking game has numerous references and social commentaries on how, like, all of these ideologies and this fucking like trying to take over the world bullshit. It just needs to stop, man. It just needs to fucking stop. It just needs to stop, dudes. It just needs to stop. Excuse me for a second when I refresh everything and make sure my Ethernet connection and everything's still working. Excuse me. Anyway, right. So the internet's still connected. Everything's still working. A bunch of people left, but, you know, what can I do? But yeah, this is it. Like, please, politely, respectfully, please don't just throw some arbitrary percentage or statistic at me. If you haven't got the report, it came like the report, at least the article citing the doctor or the statistician who did the report. I need to see the report. I'm sorry. I just, like Stab says, everybody is constantly throwing statistics around in the UK, and I just don't believe any of them anymore. I don't want anyone to take that personally. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying, from where I'm sitting, without a contextual piece of information explaining how that number was calculated, I cannot accept a percentage as a reinforcement to an argument. I just can't. It's been done to death in the UK, and like many times somebody has come out and spoken about it months later and said, this is actually what that meant. This is why that number was that way. And it makes sense. Suddenly it makes sense. Suddenly it all falls into place, and that makes perfect sense. It's not like, fuck, it can't be that bad, or it can't be that good. But yeah. Anyway. Statistics from the States and not the media. When you bash the media, you say it's a state, nothing to do with it. Well, like, the thing is, you wouldn't be aware of the report if the media wasn't using it. And this is the thing. Like, when there's an issue and someone says, oh, yeah, I know somebody who wrote a paper on that, and they send me the paper directly, I'll read that paper. Right? But if somebody says, oh, this newspaper or this outlet or this, government official used this number, this statistic in an argument they were making, but they didn't provide the full this is the thing, is that you wouldn't know about the figure from the paper if the media wasn't using it. This is the thing. Says the same as the state media. It's the same. Well, it isn't always the same though. This is the thing. Time and time again in the UK, what the media says about a figure and what the actual paper and the statistical report says about the figure are not the same. And there's NDAs involved. People can't talk about them. They're not allowed to talk about it publicly, so they can't argue that they're misusing their figures. Yeah.
So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. That's why I chose this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Don't trust it. It's just you haven't fucked yourself. Yeah, this is the thing. It's just that, like, when somebody says, oh, that's an interesting topic, this doctor from Bulgaria who moved to London did a really interesting study on this, which is where a lot of this comes from. Here's their name. You can email them and they'll send you a copy, a PDF of their report, and you can read the full 60-page report where you understand who they were asking, what they were asking, why they were asking, how they got the statistics together, all of the methods and all of the calculations they did, and how they came to a conclusion and what the headline figure was. And then you can understand that actually, when you understand the sample size and also the demographic that they focused on, that statistic isn't representative of the argument somebody was using it for. However, because the person that funded that report is also a bit biased, that report is technically owned by the person that commissioned that statistician to do it. And therefore, sometimes, quite a lot of the time apparently, there is an NDA where they are not allowed to talk about it publicly, but it is their work and they're allowed to talk about it with people and they're allowed to distribute that report. They're not allowed to distribute it via mainstream media and so on and so forth. But yeah, you can sometimes email the person that did the work and they'll be like, yes, I would love you to know more about this because they are misusing my research. I did 9 years of research asking people these questions. And I had to fucking apply for grant money over and over and over again to get the report done. And when I did the report, all they did was take one figure and use it to be racist. I'm like, that fucking sucks. They're like, yeah, here's the PDF. I'm sorry it's 116 pages long, but it will explain everything. I'm like, thank you for that. It's very kind of you. But yeah. Duel, welcome in. There it is. You absolute shoelace. So yes, we have a new redeem. We have a new chat command, everybody. Once per day, once per stream, once per person, you can ask for a randomized insult, which I can build up over time. I've got a few in there at the moment, but yeah, each person can do ! insult and get a random insult. But it's a British insult, so it's a completely inanimate object being used as an insult. But yeah, you absolute shoelace. But yeah, I'm hoping that's a good one.
Wait, suddenly you're digging things?
Like how you view and follow you to 99% of the 1% miss my bad English. Yeah, well, I try and understand what you're saying, and this is the thing. Like, you don't have to speak perfect English. If I get what you're getting at, that's fine, and that's communication, right? saying in Sweden, don't talk to a person who ain't listening. So it's not that's how it felt too, or maybe I'm writing it in the wrong English. No, it's not the wrong English, but you total wet blanket. Wearing slippers, thank you very much. I wonder what mine will be. Oh. You absolute creature, you complete wet blanket.
Trust me, you do.
Reused insult. Yeah, well, the thing is, I only have, I don't know if you guys will be able to see this. At the moment, we can add to it over time. It's the sort of thing where we have to think of inanimate objects we can add to it over time. But at the moment, we have cheese wheel, cat flap, door handle, trev, couscous, roof tile, shoelace, head of lettuce, wet blanket, coffee table, tumble dryer, weapon, creature, zip tie, belt buckle, hand towel, ring piece, toilet brush, rail replacement, bus service, dessert spoon. So we can add more as we go. But yeah, and obviously the trouble is the first bit. No, hang on. Oh, excuse me. The first bit. Oh, what's going on here? Yeah, so that's. Yeah, okay, yeah. So cheesy, bumbling, absolute, total, complete, utter. I suppose massive could go in there. But yeah, we can add various different describers and then random two-worded items to the list as time goes on. And then, yeah, replaced it with total, complete, wet lettuce. Warm lettuce could go on there, yeah. Because lettuce is on a burger, it warms up. But if it's wet, it's not crisp and crunchy. Wet lettuce can be no. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could just call somebody a lettuce, right? I suppose we could change that to just lettuce. Where is it? Because there's head of... Was it head of lettuce or... Oh, no, head of lettuce. Yeah, it was head of lettuce. I suppose we could just change that to... Oh, fucking hell. We could just change that to lettuce, couldn't we? Oh, this stream is going all over the fucking place. I apologise, chat. Let's just change that to lettuce and leave it at that. Because we don't know what kind of lettuce we all like, but... Yeah, wet as in soggy, not crunchy. Yeah, and we didn't say that when you silly goose. But yeah, anyway. So yes, you guys, once per stream, you guys each get one randomly generated insult. And over time, if you guys come up with something like, say, if you guys say you complete cheese wheel, I put that one there because Dill came up with that one. And there, you said you said one in Kate's chat earlier, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, it'd be good to add that. But yeah. Because that's the insult you muppet, yeah. You got this. But anyway, yeah, we can add to that over time. But yeah, the thing is, it isn't inherently actually an insult. It's just a bunch of random words or describers and then nouns or words or whatever. But obviously, that's the fun of a British insult. Is you could say, "You absolute laundry basket." Stop being a fucking laundry basket, you absolute creature. It's just, you can just use almost anything. It's because the way that we deliver things is so important in English, is how we say things. It's so much about the emphasis
That's
you put
nice,
on things.
I don't have anything
yeah.
to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
I am leaving. I don't like when someone don't read and skips my messages. So it'd be nice. So it'd be nice to see you guys. Have fun. Yeah, well, sorry, Crow. I mean, I don't... I tried to read as many as possible. We got a bit behind, and like a lot of the time you're talking to Krill and it's replies, so it's not necessarily always relevant to me. But I can't get too behind with chat, so but apologies. But yeah, I've explained myself numerous times, and I also don't want to start another argument by saying that I'm not listening to you when it's also quite clear you're not taking what I say on board and not listening to me. It's a circular argument that I don't want to have, basically. So yeah. Anyway, so I can't edit the thing. Convo had moved on because I was beating a dead horse. Yeah, exactly. This is it. Yeah, I was kind of like we've kind of, I kind of said everything I needed to say and wanted to move on. So yeah, just not on my meds. We're talking to an unfiltered Stabby. Well, yeah, Stabby, full fat Stabby. Didn't even read it because you said media and media. When I said it's not media, it's not the first time. Yeah, well, but yeah, I also addressed that the fact that you're seeing the figures means the media must have shared them. That's, you know, and the media can't be trusted. I don't think I'm wrong in that assumption, especially in the UK. But you know, you don't go out and randomly just start looking for papers and researches on things. The media brings it to you. Yeah, no, by all means, send me the report. If you want to send the report to the Discord, by all means, yeah, you know, of course. Yeah, well, I missed that one out of, you know, well, I missed that one amongst all the other messages, but yeah, I was about 16 messages behind, and then Duel and Kira showed up, and I wanted to say hello to them. I also want to make sure I'm playing the game, so I must have missed it. So I apologise. But, you know, I also addressed everything I needed to say. So
neighboring windows have lit up one by one.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
That's sad. But yeah, like Stabby says, there's a point where we are just beating a dead horse, and it's time to just move on to something else.
Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Stabby unveiled the movie. Stabby, if there was going to be a movie about you, what would be the catchphrase, right? Like Stabby, tanks, and very specific scheduling or something. Something to do with autism. But I suppose tanks is kind of something to do with autism as well. But yeah. Stabby and the collection of sharp objects or something. Then it would be a horror film, right?
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk.
Stabby the tanktism. The tanktism. Fuck's sake.
Take care, all right?
Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of messages, and I was scrolling through them, and then you and Krill were talking about chocolate, and then you were talking about Denmark is a better country with Stabby. Denmark is 1, Sweden is 6th, and the Nordic countries in between, I suppose, we have dropped. So yeah, I mean, the trouble is, like, at one point, a lot of replies happened, and I can see the message that was being replied to. And when there's a lot of chat messages, I have to choose to sort of like read the chat messages that I think are most directed at me. So when I see a bunch of replies between two people, I let them talk, and I don't want to butt in or anything. So I tend to move over those messages and move down to the next one that doesn't have a reply attached to it, if that makes sense, because they're not replying to me, they're replying to somebody else. And I feel a bit weird, like getting involved in somebody else's conversation sometimes, even though it is my chat. But yeah. Send you the report statement. Yeah, you happen to the US, but never mind. Many times it feels like you skip, even if chat ain't rolling like crazy. Yeah. I mean, if I haven't got anything to respond with, then I will move on to the next message that I can respond with, because sometimes I haven't really got a response. But I have to focus on keeping the chat moving and also the conversation and playing the game. I can't get into a massive debate about something and not play the game, because I mean, I already dive off on tangents and don't play the game for like 10-minute stretches, which is not good, because it is a live stream about the video game. But yeah, start with him probably about bioweapons, because that's the character, but it's about me myself. It would be what Kyo said. So Stabby the character is slightly different. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. No, it's an alter ego. That's fair. That's fair.
Who knows, detective? It's a mystery.
Oh, I think he might be a little bit jealous that I'm showing some interest in the Sunday, not the Sunday friend, the smoker. The smoker on the balcony, yeah.
Different, of course.
Kim doesn't like the fact that we like him. Aww.
His shirt. His shirt.
He's trying to dive deep into the mysteries of his shirt.
His shirt? No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned.
Sorry. As you can tell, I had my hair cut, and I think they may have nicked me on the ear a little bit.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
But yes, as I say, like I've said before, I'm quite happy to get into discussions about things, and I don't want anyone to feel that like anything's off the table. Like, obviously, you know, be respectful, and you know, there are obviously going to be certain things that are quite difficult to talk about, so we should be sort of, you know, we should be careful about how we discuss them. But yeah, at some point, it's kind of like, okay, we've talked about this a little bit, let's move on. Because, yeah, everybody else that isn't involved in the conversation is kind of, you know, stuck here while I don't do anything. And if a conversation isn't going anywhere, I'm just going to say, I haven't got any more patience for it. Let's move on to something else. Because, yeah, there's every now and again, there's just no point continuing an argument or a discussion. It's not going anywhere. It's circular, and it's just not worth arguing over. Because it isn't going to go anywhere. So we may as well just talk about something else, basically.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good.
That's just too fucking hot.
I
Sweating
am
to
here
argue.
to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things.
Oh yes, my friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe they call this type of frame industrial. It's very comfy. That's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
The coalition is only looking out for the price stabilité. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight. Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here.
They say it's 12 stories with 4 taken off, so there should be, what, 8 stories? Feels like there's only 2, so...
You could say I'm
Thank you for the alert, though, dude.
undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here. Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stabilité. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Intern.
Oh, yeah, the moral intern is sort of like the overseeing body. Overseeing body, or is it? Anyway, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming. I managed to waffle all the way through to another fucking ad break. So I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raff and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. But yes, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll carry on. He's got heat-seeking loads. He is a female porn star's worst nightmare. Heat-seeking loads that do damage. And that's definitely an iconic weapon, so I wouldn't have sold it, would I? Sit and wait for $2 grand to sit and wait on a bench. What is this, England? $2 grand to sit on a bench. Fucking capitalism, dude. Ah. Ah. Oh my god. Fuck you, game. Fuck you.
You're serious.
Fucking hell! Fucking hell!
They don't weigh enough, bless them. Because they're only made of bones. Oh, dude, give it a rest. You really don't need to be chasing. Dude, you don't need to be chasing me, honestly. Your head will go in that pit, I swear to God. You really want this, don't you? Right. Now this is happening. Shut up. See ya. We might need to put a couple of fans. Excuse me. What you get, bruv. Fuck around and find out. That's what you get.
Work precisely as requested.
Maybe the one thing I didn't expect, to see the man behind the hollow curtain.
Are you going to finish that croissant?
Stop it. Not only did you rescue those clowns.
So we got. Fucking hell, dudes. Look at these gravestones. It's concept art. It's fucking concept art. Look at it. Any of that shit because I don't want to. I don't want to use underhanded social like engineering or behavioral sciences to trick people into interacting with my content. I don't want to do that. I'd rather just make the point I want to make because I don't hear anyone else making it, and then move on. That's all I want to do. You know, I just want to add my my thoughts and feelings about something if I don't see them already being expressed somewhere, and it doesn't happen often, but when it does, I post. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right, let me just check everything's still working. Cool. Right, apologies. Let's get back to the video game. I apologize, chat. I did have a bit of a fucking meltdown there because...
Wait, there isn't actually...
Oh, I'm just tired. I'm tired of everything, chat. Yes, please don't take it personally. But yeah.
God, it's impossible
it's
to
also...
understand whether someone from the moral intern is joking or not.
It's also difficult not to be sort of a bit political, but also kind of anti, you know, government, anti-fucking bureaucrat, anti-capitalist, you know, kind of anti-establishment when playing a game like this. It's, you know, it's so deeply woven into the fabric of this game how late-stage capitalism, communism, and all sorts of other forms of control have, you know, led to corrupt leaders and wars and all sorts of other stuff. And it speaks, you know, quite, you know, frankly and quite openly about that sort of stuff. So yeah, it does kind of put you in that kind of mindset. But yeah, please don't take it personally, anybody. But like I say, I like to make sure that people feel comfortable to express themselves and feel comfortable talking about things, but also there is a point where we have to draw a line, and also we have to think about when we talk about things, we don't want to say words or talk about things that might be triggering for other people who are not chatting, they're just watching, but they will see the chat. We have to try and keep everything as comfy as possible, because I'm here to play video games and chat to my friends, you know? I don't want to start disagreeing on ultimately subjects that could go on for fucking years, that it's just at a certain point that I just haven't got any more to say. I am tapping out of arguments at the moment. I just haven't got the fucking mental fortitude to continue to argue anymore. But yeah, please don't take it personally, anybody. But welcome back.
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution. It is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%. But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%. The Coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet? A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency. It's the International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the Coalition. But of course. Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
Me?
You've managed to catch the lieutenant off guard, but only for a moment. He quickly recomposes himself.
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law and order in Revachol.
A very moralist answer. The Occident is part of the normal world. Oranier, sur la clé. Martinez? No. Martinez is something else. Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
This is what's difficult about some of these fucking trophies too. Is choosing something that's clearly a very fascist ideology of Revachol must be governed by the Revacholians, nobody else. Yeah. But if we say that, he'll probably correct us to say no, because he doesn't want to seem like a fascist. But the democracy is meaningless sham. As long as the working class is under the boot heel of capital, that's probably sort of, a bit more communist. Or maybe that's a bit more fashion, I'm not sure. It's like every time I'm talking to people, I'm choosing option D and none of the above.
Of course, the detective's personal views do not represent the views of the RCM.
Yeah, no, we're down to -4, so we're not that bad.
Your full autonomy is important, I agree. But it's an ongoing process. Nothing happens overnight. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes. Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even, or at least in the downtown La Delta area. Oranier is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur-la-Clé, Oranier is probably the most prominent member of the international community. As founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranier carries a lot of political weight, while Sur la Clé takes care of the business side of things. Sur la Clé hosts the headquarters of the major EPIS institutions. Oranye's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced services and generally acts as an engine for sustainable change in the international community. About what? Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Like I said, they are an example for less emerged nations to follow.
Yeah, it's interesting, Stabby, about how Stabby Catzy is like the character you've created, and Keelfitz and Krill and Dennis. We have like the person we are online on Twitch and social media and stuff. And it's interesting when, like, me personally, like, because I'm on camera right now, like this is me. Like, I don't really act differently. I mean, I don't walk around with a webcam and a microphone every day. It's only when I'm live, you know. But yeah, I've met people before, and they're in bands or they're a performer of some sort, not just streaming, just in general performance-based sort of mediums. And yeah, they talk about how when you're creating a persona or a character, right, there's an advantage to it, but there's also a disadvantage. And a bunch of them said to me, it's really good that because I've created this character that people know, when people attack that character, I don't feel attacked personally. But keeping up this, like, maintaining a second personality that's not who you are naturally is really emotionally draining, because you have to constantly be thinking like somebody else, even though that somebody else is the you that lots of other people know. So yeah, that's why I've always been a little bit less inclined to have like an on-stream persona, because I feel like it would be very emotionally strenuous and it would just burn me out. However, it means that when people attack me over my content, they are attacking me. But fortunately, I've got reasonably thick skin, you know, this far into life. But yeah, there's sort of a balance to it, I suppose. And I think that, like, lots of people that I've heard criticize people that have like an online persona, an online stream persona, that's not what they're like in real life. They're like, oh, they're phonies and they're fakes. And I'm like, nah, man. Like, everybody has that world-facing version of themselves, and then there's the version they are behind closed doors. And whether you want to admit it or not, the version of you behind closed doors is the person that your partner will fall in love with, that is the real you, you know, because once you've been in a relationship with somebody for a while, you begin to realize the difference between them in public and them in private. And you're privileged to be part of their private life, right? So you see what they're like unmasked, and not just masking because that's sort of, you know, autism terminology, but they're unguarded and they are 100% themselves at home with you, but they're different out in public for the sake of being professional and polite and living up to the expectations of society, even though that's kind of a bit of a silly thing to worry about sometimes. But yeah, it's all, I always feel very privileged when I feel like somebody is like unguarded and kind of more of themselves, because you can tell, like, it's always more natural. They always feel much more at ease and much more natural. And when I get the impression that somebody is relaxed around me and they don't feel like questioned or judged or angry or like they can't talk about things, I really, really appreciate that, because it means that they trust me and they care about me. But I know that some people are a bit more guarded than others. But yeah, it's something I've noticed with my partners, is that the first few weeks, the first few months, they're sort of still the person I met in public, but then they become themselves, and you begin to realize that they don't actually really give that much of a fuck about some of the stuff that you thought they cared about. And that's usually, and that's quite often a good thing, because you're like, they seem really, really obsessed with this or with this or with this. And we all know it's a load of bollocks, but we play along with it. But, you know, whatever, if that's important to them, I love them, that's important to them. But then you find out they're actually a lot more like down to earth with a lot of things. And you get to know them, like the real them. That's like a really nice part of a relationship, I find. always more an IRL performer than in the internet. Only play games there. It changed complete to me too. Yeah, because I mean, you do streams as well, but you're not on camera, so like it's just. And I don't know if you use a microphone. I think normally you're just like when we play marbles and stuff, you're normally talking and chatting. But yeah, like because your stream doesn't have a camera, the game is the prime focus. Right? I'm not saying I'm the prime focus in this stream, but you know, there's a difference when somebody has a camera or doesn't have a camera. I think it's not better or worse. Again, like I don't want to say, you know, for or against or whatever. Like I think it's just different. And there's some streamers I know that don't have a camera. They have a microphone, but they don't have it. And some of them have a camera but no microphone. And some of them don't have either. They just play the game and they just type in chat. And it's a different vibe. It feels different. And I don't feel like I'm looking at them and then looking at the game. I'm just looking at the game all the time. But yeah, it's another very interesting one. Like no mic, no camera, just gameplay, where you're just watching them play the game and they're completely locked in. Like I say, because it's a different, but yeah, like also like just a microphone as well. Like I think I hear about people that say they want to start streaming and they're like, oh, what camera should I get? Oh, what light should I get? I'm like, dude, at first, just get yourself an okay microphone. That's genuinely all you need. Because having a microphone makes it much easier to reply to people's messages whilst you're doing something else, playing the game. And that allows you to have a conversation and a game going at the same time. And that's the basis of a stream, is learning to do that. Once you feel confident playing a game and talking to people, being on camera isn't as bad. Me, I just had a camera from day one because I'm a fucking idiot. And I just went for it. And I don't mind. I look like what I look like, and that's it. I only share my niche of games. Don't call me a streamer as example. Okay, well, if you prefer, I don't refer to you as a streamer. That's fine.
Whatever you wish, officer. Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters. Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue. That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
Try to share my love for point and clicks and to make friends. Yeah, and this is the thing, is if you get out of streaming what you want to get out of it, that's the most important thing. I think a lot of people, they only see streaming as this hustle, this game to get a bunch of followers and to get a bunch of viewers and to make a bunch of money. And it's very unlikely that that's going to happen. Just like it's very unlikely your band is going to get signed to a record label and you'll get a bunch of fans and travel the world and play huge arenas and make loads of money. There's a very slim chance. I think we need to be more honest, because a lot of people that start off streaming and realize that actually it's very, very unlikely they're going to grow to the size they were dreaming of, they then start to behave in a way which is kind of detrimental to streaming as a whole, because they get a bit sort of, sunk cost fallacy, a bit sort of upset. And they start selling snake oil. They start pivoting towards cannibalizing other creators and being a bit sort of toxic and stuff because it gets attention and everything. And yeah, lots of bad behaviors stem from this kind of like, and again, the music industry, like bands cannibalizing each other and being sort of catty and bitchy towards each other and, trying to sort of, cannibalize each other, because it's a very competitive space, right? But I think that as long as you're realistic about, I'm not going to talk about streaming like I'm fucking good at it, but the thing that I'm trying to get to is that I get out of streaming what I want to get out of it. And that's enough for me. Like, I know it's not going to go much further than this. I'm never going to average more than 20 people. Like, it's just not going to happen. Not with the way things are, the kind of games I play and the kind of person I am. It's just not going to happen. But I still have a bunch of really interesting conversations with you guys, and we play a bunch of interesting games, and I've shared so many amazing moments in games with you guys. And that makes me happy, I get happiness from it. Like, I love streaming. There's just a whole bunch of stuff around streaming that I dislike. But yeah. Anyway.
EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. Nothing but kilograms and centimeters as far as the eye can see.
That dig at the Americans using inches and feet. I started it to support a friend as she grows so big. I wanted not the attention and forbid her to raid me, but as a friend, she respects it and supports me in other ways. You're doing fine. I enjoy the hang. Yeah, this is it. It's just I want to create a little community of people to hang out with and play video games, which is why, like I say, if it starts to get too argumentative, I'm just like, let's just fucking forget it. I haven't got any more energy in me. You know, I could start pulling out examples of what I'm trying to talk about to show how things that happen that I'm talking about happen, but I'm like, you know what, if people don't want to believe me, they don't want to believe me. You know, whatever.
Another success. And between you and me, the moral intern feels emboldened by this success. Emboldened to take EPIS to the next level. Why? It stands for progress and stability, like the moral intern as a whole.
Sorry, I have a text message I just need to check. Ah, yes, okay. There's the photographs I asked for. Somebody wants me to Photoshop something for them.
It's been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very excited to take it to the next level. A supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident. You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy. It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure. No, candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. Time and evaluation. But we were talking about my friend here, not politics. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Peninsula? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in. Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are, meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too. Sorry, who? But I told you, officer, he's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization. Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation. He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
As though you weren't envious enough of the boy as is.
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him. I'm just enjoying the view. Listen. The Insulindian Bay.
Watch time say 3 months, 23 days and 14 hours. Apparently, Breadcrumbs has spent 6 months, 7 days and 17 hours watching Breadcrumbs. So that must be my total stream time. You cheated. That must be my complete stream time. That must be like the totality of all my streams put together. Because yeah, that's how that would add up. Sorry, I'm also just going to check my connection speed and make sure everything is still working. Yeah, we're not getting any drop frames. The speed has stayed relatively stable. That's all fine. That's all fine. The vertical stream is working fine. You guys have told me you guys can see it on the mobile version of Twitch, which is good.
This place
So yeah,
used to be a luxury accommodation
I made myself.
before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen.
Always add your toast in the oven. I had one streamer, I was close to 9 months of watch time. He stopped streaming. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. Yeah, I've over the last 4 or 5 years of me being a streamer, but even, you know, before that, you know, my account age is, fuck, I don't even know. I think I created my account quite a while ago. I don't want to say 10 years, but oh shit. So I created my Twitch account 11 years, 7 months and 17 days ago. So I have been on the platform for a little bit, you know. I have been on the platform for, you know, over 10 years now, well over 10 years. And yeah, even before I considered streaming myself, when I was just watching other people, being like completely like blown away by how amazing it was to see people raising money for charity with video games, as well as a few other streams that were doing other stuff. Yeah, a bunch of those people fucking quit in, you know, 2018, 2019, which is a shame because, you know, 2021 and 2022, it was fucking insane, you know, and maybe some of them came back. I need to check, but maybe they set up a new account or something. But yeah, and then obviously since the 2021, 2022 boom, because of the lockdowns, loads and loads of, yeah. And the thing is, viewers have left, but streams haven't died off at the same rate. So there's now a very bad ratio for the amount of live streams versus how many viewers there are. The ratios have completely swapped ends. So there's now a lot more streams than there used to be. And there's a lot less viewers. So it's super difficult, which is why people are like, you know, would you suggest people start streaming? Now is not the time. Focus on other content for the meantime. Now is not the time to start streaming. It's very, very rough. Like I say, for me, I get out what I want from streaming. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. This is the thing. People are like, oh, but you're not doing very well. I'm like, yeah, but I'm just trying to have fun, you know, and I have fun. So I keep doing it. If I wasn't having fun, I wouldn't do it. You know, I have numerous other things to focus my time on. But streaming, like I say, is fucking magic to me. I fucking love chatting with you guys and playing video games. And as long as I get enjoyment out of it, I'll keep doing it. You know, I don't give a fuck if there's numbers attached to it, are good or not. Who fucking cares? It's not my problem. You know, I'm not a full-time streamer. My heart goes out to full-time streamers. I respect them for the hustle and the grind. But it's not for me. I'm obviously not good enough. So for me, streaming is just fun. And as long as it stays fun, then I'll keep doing it. Deleted YouTube exact 5:325 hours ago. So you deleted YouTube? You don't have a YouTube account anymore? That's a shame.
My friend comes.
But then again, YouTube's getting really heavy with ads,
sure you'll see him around.
even on desktop.
He's a busy bee.
The TV version of YouTube was always bad for ads. Desktop was always better, but even desktop's getting bad now.
I'm all ears, officer.
Dread to think. I dread to think what the TV version of the TV app for YouTube is like. But you know,
officer.
ads is ads. Wanted something to chat on YouTube.
Do you have everything you need?
Because yeah, they've started to.
I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
They've started suggesting streams. YouTube was a bit hesitant. I was watching a YouTube streamer earlier today. They stream on Twitch as well, but they're a YouTuber mostly. And they were talking about how YouTube was quite tentative and quite worried to suggest streams to people because it's like a pre-recorded video website. But they've started suggesting streams now, and yeah, loads of people on YouTube have seen a massive increase in the amount of people viewing their streams, which is really good for them. Never found friends over there. Twitch from day one. My friend started streaming. Yeah, and it's a lot more social. You've known them 10 years. Yeah, I think Twitch is a lot more social, and there's obviously a downside to that. People can be a bit more catty and clicky and toxic, and like I say, Twitch streamers cannibalize each other just like YouTubers and social media influencers do, unfortunately. It's just some things permeate all mediums of content creation, unfortunately. But yeah, I feel as if like interactive media like streaming, it does foster a different kind of mindset, and it does generally mean there's less toxicity in some Twitch chats. YouTube, there's always haters under every video. It's just people love to hate on stuff on YouTube. And you get some of that in the stream sometimes. But Twitch, because the streamer can be like, the fuck are you talking about? You know? What do you mean? Explain yourself. That suddenly nips a lot of that stuff in the bud. So yeah, you still get trolls and people being rude and trying to, upset you on Twitch, but I feel as if the fact that the streamer can just be like, the fuck are you talking about? And just call them out, and everyone in the chat's like, yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? And that kind of like stops them doing it. Whereas on other platforms where they can leave a comment behind a username and hide behind the anonymity, it just allows them to fucking just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it because the platforms just refuse to regulate it properly, which is a shame. 15, right? I know 10 years before Twitch. So you knew them 10 years before Twitch. 15 years before? I'm not sure.
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
15 years, complete friends. Fair enough. 15 years is a long time, you know?
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive.
It's almost 100 years.
Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering
5 years now, she's true. Okay, fair enough.
Men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Sure, go ahead. It's a beautiful space. Let me know if you have any further questions.
Right, yeah, so there's no skill checks or anything for that. Yeah, I still catch up with a handful of friends that used to stream and they've stopped. But yeah, it is a real shame because, like I say, like came across so many wonderful, like interesting, friendly, creative, attractive, hardworking people who had such great personalities. And this is the thing, you know, like every now and again I come across a stream because, like, as you guys know, you'll see me all over the place. Like I get about, you know, I'm watching streams all day at work, you know, on my second monitor. And yeah, I watch a lot of streams and I'm like, yeah, okay, that person's all right, that person's all right, that person. But every now and again I come across somebody, I'm like, holy shit, they've got the personality. They are really cut out for streaming. They're really made for this stuff. And yeah, sometimes I'll be watching a streamer and then, you know, like, you know, I'll chat to them and then they're a bit rude or they're sort of a bit sort of, yeah, they're reading everyone else's messages, but not me because I'm not a sub or something. I'm like, okay, they're playing that game, whatever. And I move on to another chat. But every now and again, I meet somebody that's really chatty. But every now and again, like I say, I come across a streamer.
Bullet holes makes your chest ache.
I'm like, damn, this person's personality is really, really good. And if they're not already a big streamer, I'm like, I'm going to watch this person because I have a feeling. And yeah, a bunch of them were like here when I sort of found their stream. And then within about 2 years, they just take off. And I'm like, yeah, good. Because yeah, we need to champion those people. Welcoming, friendly, engaging, you know, not too fucking self-obsessed. And yeah, not always talking about monetization. People that genuinely enjoy a conversation and a video game, or, you know, playing the piano or making stuff out of glass or whatever, you know, genuine nice people that are fun to talk to, not just people that are trying to monetize their social media following. Anyway,
the faded
I won't get into all that again.
Stone. They peer back like an endless row of tiny black holes. Sweat starts trickling down your brow. Your chest feels tight looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter. Your breathing grows even heavier.
You okay there? Might be the after effects of your past escapades. What are you looking at? Remnants from the revolution. These are over half a century old. Perhaps a crime of a sort ages ago, but no. These do not warrant an investigation. Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Should we go?
Here's some friends I made last year, but I understand the fast of the internet today. Yeah, and like there's a handful of people I know that they stopped streaming, which is a shame because they were a really good streamer, but they're now doing, you know, dance, or they're, you know, restoring cars, or they're making pottery, or, you know, they're sort of, you know, creating photography work, or they're doing some other form of creativity that I still keep in touch with over Instagram or something. And that's cool. It's nice to see that they're still doing creative work. But yeah, there are a few that just disappeared and I've not seen them since, and I'm like, oh, I hope they're okay, you know? I hope they're doing all right. I care mostly about other than myself. My therapist says I should not forget myself. It's true. I need a reminder, but I'd like to be part of something good, and today we all need this more. Yes, this is it. Is that I try and be as empathetic and open-minded as possible, but like I say, I have, over the last year or so, I have grown particularly tired of trying to argue for, you know, the truth and the fact that, you know, a lot of the stuff you see on social media and in the news and even from the government is potentially false. You know, they haven't been that honest with us on a number of occasions, and as a result of that, yeah, I just, you know, I have my opinion on the overall state of the world, in that I'm kind of tired of hearing people try and justify violence and oppression and hatred towards other people. I'm just tired of it. It's just, I just don't have anything left to say about it. I think that we need to work towards a world where that isn't the case. But yeah, when people talk about violence or oppression, and then I say, you know, it's probably not their fault. There's probably some sort of outside factor, and they just launch into a tirade of insults. I'm just like, I'm good, you know, whatever, believe what you want, you know, because I'm just done. I'm done, you know.
Good night, officer.
I'm going to try and be the best person I can be.
In the morning.
Everyone else can take care of themselves, you know. Right, let me save the game before we go to sleep, because we don't know what's going to happen during the dream sequence.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Feel you hugged, sending it straight over to you. You do good. I would enjoy time with you anyways. I appreciate that, Dennis. I appreciate that. This is the thing. Trying to make the world a more compassionate and less hateful place.
Lights in the dark.
Because yeah,
you're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and steaming around. Every corner and every street.
Because yeah, like I say, like I mentioned earlier, I don't want to labour the point too much, but I feel as if a lot of people need to understand, not just people here, but just the world in general. A lot of people need to understand that put in some of the circumstances some people have found themselves in, you would be no better than them. Like, if you put people in terrible situations, some of them will do terrible things, and that is just a fact of life. That's not an ideology problem, that's not a religion problem, that's not an ethnicity problem, that's not a male or a female or a non-binary problem. That is just a human reaction to a terrible situation. But rather than pointing the finger at the people who are at the forefront of the effects of the issue, why aren't we talking about the issue itself? Why aren't we saying, why are these people fleeing from a country? Why are these people attacking others? Why are these people like this? What's causing them to do it? Rather than blaming the outcome, why are we not smart enough to start addressing the cause? and the driving force behind these behaviors, because it's quite obvious, no matter how smart we get, no matter how good we make things in the first world, the third world will continue to be a very difficult place to live, and people will make very difficult choices and create very difficult situations. And I just think that until we start acknowledging that without fixing the root cause of what drives people to do bad things, people are going to continue to do bad things. And it's slapping a pair of handcuffs on somebody and throwing them in a fucking hole in the ground and pretending they don't exist, rather than approaching the concept that the systemic and unfair treatment of people is the reason why they do these things. People aren't inherently violent, you know. We stopped fucking attacking each other. Well, we have wars and stuff, but you know, that's because people have been deluded into thinking other people are a threat. But you know, we're not running around fucking stabbing each other in the fucking throat over a bit of chicken or some milk. You know, we're not killing each other to survive, right? We could all pretty much work out a way to exist in harmony, because every other species of animal on the planet has managed to do that. Every other animal has found a way to integrate with the world as a whole in a way that doesn't destroy it or damage it or make it more difficult for other species. It's all one big, like, world. But we just refuse to do that. And when we refuse to do that, and that creates problems, we'd rather blame somebody else than and then all of us just agreeing, do you know what, maybe the way we do things isn't that great, and we need to start changing the way things happen, so we stop creating the kinds of problems that put people in the kind of situations where they feel that violence or aggression or attacking other people in some way is the only option. Because yeah, there's only so many times this can happen, and so many times that the right can flare up and be horrible about minorities and ethnicities and religions and stuff. And you think to yourself, it wasn't that we all agree that the Nazis were wrong, yet here we have people trying to launch the same argument again. It's like, fuck, we've done this one. Like, this is nobody else is getting deja vu. We've done this already. Blaming other people and others, you know, trying to imply that one race or ethnicity or a religion is better than the other or superior in some way. It doesn't pan out, and it doesn't make any fucking sense. So I don't know why it's such a difficult concept for us to just get rid of. I just don't get it. But anyway, you will not stay hours here when it would be not comfy, safe, and a good place. Sometimes, like, I need the distraction, and I'm doing my rounds. Well, yeah, this is it. You know, like I know I don't create the most inviting space sometimes. I wish I could, but I'm just not that interesting. You know, just not that many people want to hang out here, and that's fine. Like I say, I'm not aiming for that. You know, when there's like fucking 500-600 people all talking at once, I can barely keep up when there's 50 people talking. So, you know, like you said earlier, because there was a conversation going on with a lot of replies, I sort of skipped down a bit and I missed a few messages. But, you know, that happens all the time when there's 50-60 people and like 20 or 30 of them are all chatting at once. You know, you miss loads of messages, and I feel bad. But, you know, I can't do that much about it. You know, depending on how much I have to lock into the game and how many messages there are, you have to pick and choose. Not that there's that many people here, but yeah, when the conversation starts moving quite quickly and I get behind, I have to start just jumping into every other message, or only looking at messages that seem like they're pointed at me. But if I see a bunch of replies, I figure that two people are talking about something, so I just move on from that. But yeah, it's a bit of a skill that I obviously haven't worked at very much. Well, I haven't had a chance to work at, because I don't usually have that many people in chat, so it is what it is. Yeah.
At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising, above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Always one idiot on the top, not millions. They only do the lemmings. I'm 48. I went to a few times to the toilets. Being 50, well, yeah, I'm 41, and yeah, every now and again I need to use the. Luckily, I take a break every hour for the ad break, so I can use the loo. You know.
The first time, the last time, the smoke in her mouth, The plotted flowers. The faces.
Have a question.
Turning,
Welcome back, your fits. What's the question?
changing.
Times run quicker when you get older. Yes, it's true. Why are you guys so old? Wow. Experience. Did you play Hollow Knight? No, I've never played Hollow Knight. And I liked Castlevania, and Metroid was really cool. I didn't play loads of Metroid games. There's a few that I've missed. But yeah, I did really enjoy Castlevania. The whole Metroidvania thing. And I mean, Zelda has some Metroidvania kind of ideas as well. You know, the abilities and the tools you find are the keys to areas and puzzles that you didn't have before. But yeah, never played Hollow Knight. And yeah, it's on the list. It's obviously a very popular game, so if I was to play it, I imagine, I would hope more people would show up and hang out. But
every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it.
Like you said, 12 years, I'm too old for the game.
Unmade now.
Yeah, the Lego set I built the other day said 8 to 10 years. I did it in fucking 2 hours. I'm just built different like that.
You can never forget this shit.
The colours, the voices.
All stuck on loop. Wow.
I'm so big excited for Silksong DLC that hopefully releases soon. Yes, because you guys finally got Silksong, right? Yeah, I remember lots and lots of people were like, oh, it's fucking Silksong, it's real, it's gonna happen, because obviously everyone's been desperate to play it. But yeah, I'd obviously have to play, you know, the original Hollow Knight first, but yeah. Finally, we had it from the start. Oh, you mean the way? Yeah, because they released Hollow Knight, and then there was, like, because obviously it's a small team. Is it Team Cherry? It's quite a small team, right? So they took their time making Silksong, because I mean, after the success of Hollow Knight, they had to take their time, but obviously it was quite a while, wasn't it? There was quite a while in between Hollow Knight and Silksong, because when did Hollow Knight release? It was a while ago, right? And Silksong was a couple of years back, or a year ago. I can't remember. But yeah, there was a bit of a wait.
You're the son of the world again, Harristar, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers, collecting your little
Actually wasn't part of the waiting people.
wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless keepsakes.
Decided to play Hollow Knight when Silksong was announced, and I finished Hollow Knight just before Silksong got released, so I never had to wait like that. You see, I started playing Souls games. I can't remember how long it was when I started playing Souls games when Elden Ring was announced. I can't remember how long, but yeah, by the time I'd finished Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 and Sekiro, there wasn't long until Elden Ring came out, and then I got Elden Ring not too long after. So I didn't have to wait that long, but people were waiting for Elden Ring. But yeah, I'm waiting on Bloodborne, you know, to be ported to PlayStation 5 legitimately. But we've got Shad PS4 now, so yeah. I have like 33 games on my list to stream, and Coconut Simulator is one of them. Yeah, there's, I mean, the wish list is the wish list, right? The wish list is the wish list. We've got 142 on there at the moment. Densure Attack and Bomb Rush Cyberpunk and Dead as Disco. Yeah, Dead as Disco. That's down to 15 quid. I'm tempted, but that shit would take over my life. Just the demo was so addictive. I could play that fucking, yeah. But what have I added recently? So there's Putrid Sharp that I'm interested in. Purely on a art direction standpoint. Very interested in this. Same as Metamorphosis. I'm very interested. I want to go back to that because it was very awkward, but yeah, I really want to go back to it because I was so blown away by the presentation. But yes, Putrid Sharp is on the list. Hopetown, obviously, because that's some of the people, some of the team behind Disco Elysium. We have we have some of the people involved. So I'm hoping for Hopetown. That's on the list. Bad Magpie, I actually came across the creator of this game on TikTok, and they're interesting to talk to. They're actually very responsive and very chatty about the game, and I'm looking forward to giving that a try at some point. Code Veronica, obviously. Alien Isolation 2, obviously. Silver Pines, because that's very similar to the Alan Wake games, but also Silent Hill. Black Mesa is obviously the same as the Half-Life remake we did. Metamorphosis, like I say, I want to go back to that at some point. Dead About Fishing, I'm really interested to play. Control Resonant, it's only 50 quid and that's coming out really soon, September, so I'm looking forward to that. Game restoration is something I do in real life. I Have No Change was quite interesting. The Mailroom was quite interesting. That was quite interesting. Townfall. That looks a little bit like Doom, but like hand-drawn. Class 07 looks like kind of Devil May Cry, but it's Japanese schoolgirls, which looks kind of interesting. So yeah, there's a list. Hell Express, Cold Abyss, Phase Zero, Negative Atmospheres on this list somewhere. Defect, Negative Atmosphere because of Dead Space. Beta Decay because of Dead Space. Samurai Unicorn because it looks pretty interesting in terms of like PS1 retro visuals. Crown Sworn because everyone was like, that's like basically just, basically being released because Silk Song hasn't come out yet, so somebody released it like that. Somebody made a game just like it. Sleep Awake was very impressive. Yeah, anyway, sorry. But yeah, the list grows. The list grows.
Recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world.
I'm smart.
An address book you
Do
are.
still need to play Hollow Knight DLCs. Never did those. I still have lots of content to do. I see. Tiny Glady's cute. Yeah. That's pretty interesting. Hollow Knight's normal price is so damn low, actually. Yeah. I mean, I think I got it for free on PSN. But I don't want to turn my PlayStation on at the moment. I want them to know that my account isn't being logged. I mean, annoyingly, I automatically renewed my fucking subscription. I forgot to cancel it, but yeah. 14.80 is the normal price now, so it's only 15 quid, yeah. Long gone. But anyway, welcome back, Cupis, by the way. Apologies. If I missed any of your messages earlier when it got a bit heated, I apologise. I was skimming to try and catch up, so I apologised if I missed any of your messages, because yeah, there was some conversations with you, Stabby and Crow, that were going backwards and forwards where you were replying to each other, and I was trying to just sort of pick out the messages that were just for me. But I apologise if I missed any. Listening to some music. Oh. Yeah, no, like I say, I just obviously from earlier, if I did miss anything, I do apologise. Like I say, when the conversation starts to move really quickly, and I'm like, whoa. Like I say, if I see replies to each other, I'm like, okay, people are talking to each other. That's not for me. It's for them. So even though I want to be aware of what's being said, but I don't want to butt into other people's conversations. But yeah, it's weird. But yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, what music are we listening to?
You'll go insane if you keep going like this.
Yeah, your Bluetooth headset you got recently.
Day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the money, baby.
For the money, baby. Savoir faire.
For Revacol. Always and only Revacol.
Solving your little crossword puzzles, doing your tasks, crossing names off lists, trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
Toto, Linkin Park, The Strokes, Gorillaz, Polyphia, and The Police, and The Who, many more. So you're testing all of the different kinds of music, all various different denominations of different kinds of music to see what, yeah. It's important. When you get a headset, it's good to know what music sounds good, because there's different kinds of music. But I'll tell you what, in terms of music, sorry YouTube, you won't be able to hear this because we block music on YouTube, but do you know what's been on repeat for me? I don't know if the song's got pop. I'm just going to check their profile and see. So have they got many plays yet? Oh, it's had 4 million plays. So yeah, this has been on repeat. So yeah, that super fucking catchy. I suspect, I have a prediction that'll go massively, massively viral at some point. It had like, I think just under 1 million plays when I found it. I was like, okay, it's a popular song, but it's not blown up yet. But one of their songs does have 16 million, so I think that song might become kind of popular. But yeah. And of course, Screaming Jay Hawkins. Yeah, so like, I like to listen to Ludovico or Ludovico in Audi, Einaudi in Audi, because they make some very, very delicate music. So I think a good headset should be able to, you know, should be able to hear the piano keys and everything. You should be able to hear the music. There's this sort of, you know, sort of tangible sort of feeling to it. But also like dubstep and EDM and Daft Punk and a bunch of other stuff that's like really sort of like bold and like, you know, rhythmic and kind of like, you know, bass frequencies and stuff. And then yeah, Led Zeppelin and a few others like that, you know, just to name a few.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, Harry. He still doesn't see.
Daddy Dennis
That it's
says
the
my
world
neighbors listen to awesome
changing
music,
around
whether they
him.
like it or not.
My neighbors listen to awesome music, whether they like it or not. Yeah, my neighbors listen to my neighbors listen to my music, whether they want to hear it or not.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
But yeah, you're right, Kyof. It's the Dark Souls. But the thing is, if I don't shave my beard very often, it's usually because I'm not really paying attention to my appearance and also my general kind of, you know, I mean, I shower twice a day. I'm a very clean person, but getting my hair cut, trimming my beard and everything, cutting my fingernails, I'm just like, fucking who cares? Like, I'm not that important. But yeah, I don't think I was massively depressed when I was playing Dark Souls 1, but I don't think I was super happy. But yeah, I let my beard grow out a little bit. And yeah, it did start to sort of like come out of my chin a little bit. And I do look at those clips and it does look different. It does make me look a bit different, but yeah. Do have quite a wide taste, music taste, but overall theme is something like with real instruments. I don't usually like fully electric stuff. The longer beard suits you. Yeah, I mean, beards tend to suit lots of blokes. It's just for me, I don't know, like I shave it down to a number 3 and that's quite short, and it grows like this to like, you know, probably a 4 or a 5 pretty quickly. And you know, I just, you know, obviously this is the barber. I get the barber to touch this up just to keep it nice and tidy. Otherwise it gets a bit curly and a bit scraggly and a bit sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like music taste, like it's fucking all over the place. You've got Trap Them, which is like really aggressive, like metal music, sort of rock, and then you've got Thank You Scientist, which is like electro swing, sort of experimental. The Bloodborne soundtrack, of course, because it's absolute peak. Kings of Leon, Heavens, which is basically Joy Division, but done by some of the people from Alkaline Trio. Thrice, Leon Bridges, Birdie Nam Nam, Queens of the Stone Age, Florence and the Machine, Ludovico and Audi, Brody Dahl, The Glitch Mob, Billy Talent, Audio Slave, another Florence and the Machine playlist. Crosses are fucking sick. Uncle Acid and the Deadbeats are fucking sick. Tiger Club, Motley Crue, fucking Werewolf, Asso, awesome band name, awesome band. Bukovi, NVOS, K-Flay, fucking amazing artist. She went deaf, bless her. And she made an album called Mono because she lost the hearing in one of her ears. Really interesting project. Odessa, Meatwave, Mona, Misfits, Iron Reagan, Ghost, Daft Punk, Marilyn Manson, Nerve Agents, Bloody Red Shoes, Petrol Girls, Local Wizards. Just yeah, I'll listen to fucking anything basically. Anyway, we have got an ad break coming. I'm gonna pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, and then we will play the video game. It's been a bit of a talky one today. I apologize for the YouTube viewers, but we do get into it here on this chat. Hopefully not to get upset, but obviously just to talk things through. But yes, I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. Billy Talent is great. Didn't find lots of people. Yeah, Billy Talent. Yeah, they've got some fucking good albums, man. I saw them at Groves Rock on the last day. But yes, I'll be right back. I'm Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Currently unable to use a Gatling gun properly, but welcome on in. Peach Blossom. Is that the original Dino? Did they change Dino Dance back? Did they change it back? They changed Dino Dance back. Can we get some Dino Dances in chat? They put it back. Woo! Let's go. Double headshot. You love to see it, chat. Oh, my roll. Excuse me.
Stop it.
I don't want to die, 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 I don't want to die.
It's all yours, it's all yours, it's all yours.
You sure?
Yeah, it's all you. Yes, let's go.
Oh,
he's not
big
dead.
boy.
He's not dead.
Wait, he's not dead?
He's not
Are
dead.
you fucking for real?
Shoot him, shoot him.
Fucking you. Jesus Christ, that could have been terrible.
No, no. No. Where's F12?
We're reasonable people. I'm sure we can work something out. What is it you want?
Finally.
No, you fucking prick. How the fuck did we get away with that? Dick. Stamina. Fucking hell. That was scuffed as shit at the end there. He got all fucking wily on me. I couldn't keep an eye on him, man. He kept moving. Fuck. That was lucky. Excuse me. Bit fiddly, but we can do this. Grab this one. Put that underneath here. Ah, oh, come on, game. Really? Really? man. People that help move stuff and they pick up like one tiny thing at a time. It's like, come on, man. Put your back into it. Pick up several things at once. We don't have all day. Stealth. So we need to go down. Yeah? No! Oh my lord. Field trip indeed. Literally just got the Brawn Intimate ad. Did you get it, Alex? Having a little trim down there, are you? Make sure you don't cut your fucking dick off. Oh dear. But yeah. So, as you know, some streamers have merch, and sometimes that merch includes plushies, which are like big teddy bears, right? So I've created the Trash and One prototype plushie. It's very cuddly, but it's a trash bag. And as you can see, it's branded. It's branded with Trashen's name, and it's a prototype Trashen body pillow. Exactly. So yes, Trash and One. I've designed this wonderful, body pillow, Trash and One merch, as a prototype for you. So yes, that can live over there now. Yes. So yes, I've been waiting to show you that for a bit of a puzzle to figure out which ones to reverse and which ones to leave. Is this? No. That's why there's a shortcut. That's why there's a shortcut, breadcrumbs. Come on, you know how these games work. You know how these games work. Fucking did it! Orphan of Kos. Done. The thing is, like, the level design is kind of cool. Ah! Okay, that works for them as well. Okay, yeah. Do you think that's why he's so angry? They fucking they did not fucking model that. Jesus. Oh my lord. No wonder he's so fucking angry. Excuse me. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Apologies. Speaking of using the loo, somebody was very grumpy and meowing at me. I'm pretty sure we gave you some dry food earlier, Bubba. I'm pretty sure we took care of that. That's it. You go and stand on my legs and just get in the way. That's fine. That's fine. What his ears doing?
Your heart. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together.
I'm going to put out a contender for a game with the best music in it.
Conversation at a time.
Excuse me more. Again, see, I've missed messages again. Sorry. You have quite a wide thing. Usually like real instruments, usually fully electric stuff. Sad news for music lovers today. Justin Bieber was found in his hotel room alive. Longer beard suited you. I do know the pain of maintaining a beard length that isn't part of your usual length of shave. Yeah, I do my beard with a comb and scissors. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, my barber... I did read the message about Betty Talent. My barber usually sort of like... They shorten it here. They leave it to grow a little bit here. So it's sort of like it fades and then comes back a little bit. But my barber was... I had to get my hair cut by somebody else. So I didn't quite get that service. But yeah. But yeah, but then again, I don't know. I'm a bit old-fashioned as a bloke. I think I don't want to spend too much time on my appearance. I think you get a little bit obsessed with it, and then it's not good for your mental health. But yeah.
Ian Drack, the impeccable hustler provider.
Dancing, walking, rearranging furniture. Babs is shopping and let the bird out of the cage. Let the bird out of the cage is a bit misogynistic. No, I'm just kidding. Chaos incarnate. I'm gonna put on Burnout 3 Takedown. Yeah. No, the Burnout games have fucking absolutely slap. Their soundtracks slap. Keyboard, are you in the room with us? Full soundtrack. The fuck is this? Go away. Independence Day, No Motif, Amber Pacific. I remember that. The Ordinary Boys, Funeral for a Friend. Yeah. Franz Ferdinand, Von Bondi's, Ramones, Yellow Card, Pennywise. Ooh, I grew up listening to Pennywise. Fuck me, did I listen to Pennywise a lot. From First to Last, Newfound Glory, Motion City soundtrack, Rise Against. Ooh, Rise Against. Atreyu, Jimmy Eat World, yeah, fucking hell, man. Rise Against. Chat. Ooh. Speaking about migrants and refugees earlier. By the fire, son. Rise Against the Great Guys actually opened for the Once My Old Band. Really? Bro him, yeah. Ooh. What's my favorite song? Sorry, dudes. I could be here all night. And I'm supposed to fucking play the fucking video game. But yeah. Holy shit, that song is a fucking anthem. Warm yourself by the fire, son. Rise Against so good. Yeah. Just tried to see Spider-Man and the fucking cinema lost power halfway through. Really? Fucking hell. Is it called Brand New Day? I was trying to think of a pun about the name of the film. Brand New Day, more like Brand New Fuse Box. No, sorry, that's terrible. Ignore that one. We'll edit that one out. What's your guys' favourite Rise Against? So this one. Yeah, no, well, I mean, there's a few of them. There's a few of them. But yeah, the prayer of the refugee is, yeah, like I say, we were talking about refugees earlier and migrants and stuff, particularly poignant. Used to have a home they could call their own, you know, a life that no one could touch, and then a war happens and they had to flee, you know. Don't hold me up now. I can stand my own ground. I don't need your help now. You won't let me down, down, down. It's a fucking absolute banger. Re-education through labour or The Good Left Undone. I'd have to re-listen to them. It's been a while. I haven't done a Rise Against tangent in a while. But yeah.
What's up? I'm worried about what's down, broke boy. I'm talking about your severe lack of money. That's right. It's time to stop muttering about your economic self-interest and actually do something about it. Yeah, I heard you back there. What the hell was that? Did Ilona Wihuri Villaconi blame ghosts? How about Admiral Gustave Lestock? Samer Losser grew up in the coal mines of Guardi, eating dirt, and he still managed to make 55 billion real in his lifetime. So stop with the excuses. Listen, if you really want to make it in the big leagues, you need to reconceptualize your entire portfolio. Collecting tear and moaning about taxes is not going to cut it.
The social commentary, dudes, it's so brutal.
You need to become a millionaire. Now, how do you become a millionaire? Not unless you have thousands of them stuffed away in secret. One coin, the first of many. Imagine so many coins you're going to need to hire someone to help you manage all your wealth.
Excuse me. Yeah, I listened to a lot of Pennywise as a kid because I remember on holiday there was an arcade and they had Top Skater. And yeah, a lot of the music from Top Skater was Pennywise. I think all of it may have been Pennywise, but there may have been some other songs as well. But I remember really, really liking the music from Top Skater. And I therefore looked it up and then found the name of the band. And then when I got back to England after that holiday, I went to the record shop next to McDonald's in town. And the guy in there was not very friendly because I was this kid that always came in asking to listen to like so many CDs, but I never bought anything. But yeah, I was always asking to listen to CDs. But yeah, I bought a few of the Pennywise albums and he looked a bit surprised. And I was like, have you got Pennywise? And he was like, yeah, we do. It's like this kid's got taste after being a fucking little shitlord that never buys anything. I was like, yeah, I'll buy this one, please. And I gave him some money. And he was like, okay, then. It's like, when you're done with that one, the album before that one is worth listening to as well. I was like, okay, cool. But yeah. And then over time, I listened to About Time and the self-titled album and, oh, fuck me, what are they called? What are they called? Straight Ahead, About Time, and, oh, fuck me. It's been a while, chat. I need to listen to Pennywise again. But yeah, I listened to that shit on repeat for fucking years. Fucking loved Pennywise.
It should be the other way around. Old mitered money showing up at your doorstep, begging for a slice of cake. Those guys, they're all financially illiterate. Only Savvy here knows how to dazzle and embezzle money out of investors' pockets with the acrobatic prowess of a 4-time gold medalist in the Samaran Gymnastics Summer Games. The ancient Samaran tribes used carved rhodochrosite to represent their wealth. The bigger the boulder, the more money they had, in case you needed to know. Of course you don't. You've never even been close to a sum with more than 3 zeros. Let's face it, you've been on a years-long losing streak.
Like 3 years at the moment, I'm afraid.
But Savvy's got your back. Savvy's going to book you a charter flight with 80 birds of prey on board. To a land where the streets are paved with Krugerrands and fixed income securities. You'll try again, but this time with money. You'll win her back.
What did I tell you about the propaganda talking about, the streets of London are paved with gold and the lies they tell to people? to get them to work for free and pay, or work for free or work and then pay people to help them, you know, cross the border.
Are you in?
There's a whole racket to it. It's fucked.
Attaboy. Welcome to the final grind. Here we operate with money on a much higher level than the ordinary citizen. We feed it back into the machine. Stop saving. Start spending. Become a patron.
Been using my headset for a few hours now, listening to music at a decent volume, still got 93% power. It's pretty good. And you've been listening to lots of different kinds of music, so you would have had some stuff in there that made the cones move quite a bit.
Let's start by getting you into the lucrative art market. 2, diversify your assets and increase your ROI. Speaking of which, know any artists?
Cindy the Skull.
Interesting. Are we speaking of visual art or something more conceptual? Stop thinking of it that way. It's
not supposed to last for a crazy long time, but like I say, like 40 hours, and that's more than enough for me.
Asset.
Yeah, so
know any local artists with assets to sell?
I tend to find that with Bluetooth wireless headsets, the distance from the Bluetooth, the device you're Bluetooth to, has a big effect on, because I see people like, oh yeah, this headset lasts for 90 hours, this lasts for 60 hours. To 2.4. Yeah, well, so the whatever wireless transmission protocol it's chosen to use, the distance will obviously have an effect on battery life. Because I know that if I'm listening to my headphones, my AirPods, whatever you call them, earbuds or AirPods, with my phone in my pocket, I can spend all day doing chores and doing all sorts of bits and pieces. If I put my phone down in the flat and I put my headphones in, my AirPods in, and walk around the flat doing stuff, the battery is way lower when I then put them back on charge, because they've had to create a connection over a longer distance, which obviously uses more power. So I find that depending on how far away you are, using a wireless headset at your desk is like really ideal, because the little dongle thing is... Where is it? I can't. I've got the little SteelSeries dongle thing. It's like literally just there, so it's only like 2 feet for the connection, and therefore it doesn't have to work that hard to maintain the connection. So it usually means the battery lasts quite a bit longer. But yeah,
the world's moved beyond paintings.
Yeah, not Bluetooth. Sorry, Wi-Fi or radio, whatever it is.
Intramuscular puppetry, hyper-realistic vapor porn, meditation opera.
Meditation opera.
Don't listen to this fool. It's not about the artists, it's about the buyers. You can't hang vapor porn in the foyer of your chalet. Once we've brought in the millions, you can be a tree log for all I care. But first, we've got to work on increasing your net worth. Music is a pet project, not a viable business scheme. Let's return to it once you've set up your estate. He's also 12. We don't want to attract the attention of tax collectors by dabbling in unnecessary child labor. He does have potential, defying authority, thinking outside the box.
Sorry, I'm going to be in the way of these fucking dialogue options.
You're right. She has the poise of a struggling artist.
Mr.
Very
Bubbington?
tangible. You can feel the poverty on her. Plus, she has paint. Go and support her like the state never could. Everyone must know that you're a big fucking shark around here.
Hello, Mr. Bubba. Yesterday you wouldn't come and say hello, and now that's twice
Daddy
you've come
Dennis
over.
says
You're
what
gonna...
is a clay sculptor's favorite song?
Excuse me.
Kiln in the name of. Now
Kiln
you do
in
what
the
they
name
told
of.
you.
Do what they told you. Kill in the name of. Fucking hell, dudes. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Excuse me. So, we've still got some business back near the whirling. Yeah, we've got to speak to Gaston, see if we can do that skill check. And go from there. Force the old man to give us his sandwich, and I think we can then throw it on the floor. Seems a bit rude. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza. No, I think it was artillery fire. Oh, these cunts with the fucking jackets. Remember to dance to the song in an old school disco. I'm trying to remember like some disco songs I'd like to dance to, but I can only think of. I can't think of like true disco songs. But yeah, audio video disco. Is it audio video disco? Hang on. Audio video disco. Is it audio video disco? It is, right? This has got the word disco in the title, and it's dance music, so. Piano. Video. Is that a boggit dance emote? Boggeting. Oh, boggit. We've got a lot of love for boggit. Anyway, again, I can't be fucking listening to music or stream, sorry. Video disco. Again, I need to re-listen to all of fucking Justice's stuff. It's damn, dude. Justice fucking.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
So we were talking about Hollow Knight earlier. I think that was Boggit dying on a Hollow Knight boss.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Skulls. Now there's a strong organizational title.
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future, just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
Oh man, yeah, we're not fucking kids, man.
Be wary of the abyss.
It's a threat. An impotent threat of violence.
Whoa, come on, man. We're just talking here. Just words. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no need to throw your authority in our faces.
You want to talk? Let's talk, boys. Ask them. The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
Admitting to illegal activity directly to a police officer.
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them. Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way?
Right on, fuck. So what's happening now? Mm-hmm. What about them? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye.
They will be
And
part of
since
the
the
skulls
Grand
right there,
Piper
kill
is
'em.
slowly but steadily moving towards basing the
Guy has a
economy
golden
on it,
shower. Affairs ain't gonna
attention,
just. Yeah,
it
each
is
to their own.
imperative that the medium itself convey the message.
I like piss.
What I mean by this is, we
Cool
are
thing.
all
Cool thing.
pissed,
Cool beans.
and that the world is inherently
Cool beans. No.
meaningless.
Yeah. Sorry. My brain tonight chats all over the fucking place. Please excuse
that
me.
The young man has a certain expertise.
You're in or you're
in
out.
at
Yeah.
least one field, even if it's rather narrow.
You coming for a piss or not? You're in or you're out.
Like I said before, many men
Look at
keep
these
searching
feet.
for the
All
one.
these claws sticking
for
out, Bubba.
so-called true love,
Don't need
which
to be
is
scratching.
actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket, or are they derived from something else entirely?
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though, you get more fish in a shorter time.
But then you got no lake.
And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone.
So, not to reach or anything, but the whole idea of blowing up the lake to get more fish very quickly could be understood as a reference to the short-sighted and profit-focused mindset of people within late-stage capitalism, and how they've chosen to target next year's profits rather than the long-term financial stability of their business practices. But maybe I'm reaching there, I don't know.
Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
That's the only thing you're going to be sticking it in.
Is it a coincidence that here we have two badass jackets and two badass cops?
Yes? What is? What are you implying? I'm not sure I understand you, detective. Neither. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to...
Was that a guy sticking his dick into a small pipe, sticking out of a wall? Loki kind of confused how he got it in the pipe. That's tiny. Yeah, it's like that Reddit post about somebody that got something stuck in a Smarties tube, and everybody was like, this guy's got his dick stuck in a Smarties tube, but he refused to admit. He was, no, it's a fleshy object that's stuck in a Smarties tube, and I want to get it out. Why can't you just push it out? It's like, well, it's quite difficult to push out because it's quite a firm object. He kept describing it as if it was his dick stuck in a fucking Smarties tube, but refused to acknowledge that. And the thread went on and on and on and on. The cylinder, yeah. So I do a while back. It's after the cylinder came out or something.
He Dwayne's his Johnson.
How does the rock pee? He Dwayne's his Johnson. Fuck's sake.
Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party,
Brunhilde,
do you?
welcome in. How's it going? Right, so this is half light, and it's low at the moment, so Have I got anything that helps half-light? Yes.
That ride is.
Hey, piss. Look who it is.
No, no, no. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about being skulls. Use that. Suggest they're massive skulls. Come on.
What? No. Skulls don't have kings. I think. And we're not even in yet.
Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly when folks pretend to be them. We're not even prospects yet.
Wow, you boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls. You're destined to go far.
He gets it. Passive-aggressive flattery.
Shut the fuck up. Are you trying to get us killed?
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want? The jackets?
Oh, man. Okay, I get it. Skulls don't really wear slogans anyway. This was stupid.
Fuck.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you. I already am expressing my individuality.
I'm not. I don't have a jacket anymore.
Good. I wanted you not to express yours.
Cold-hearted cop.
The need will not arise.
The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man was standing alone on a street corner with his written on his back, it'd just be an individual that has taken a liking to urine. And fuck the world all on its own is, frankly, generic.
I don't know, Eric. It's cold out.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
Yes?
I thought we already had two. Oh no, we used one on reaction speed, I think. That's why.
You finally made it, haven't you? People point fingers at you.
Ain't even wearing pants. Oh, that's true.
Wondering to themselves.
I forgot. I took them off to get rid of a debuff earlier.
Did he receive it upon
I haven't put them back on. Excuse me.
The badassery. Is he dangerous?
I'm right, I'm dangerous. Yeah, a danger to myself. What am I doing? This is insane.
You are very dangerous, my friend. Dangerous and cool. In fact, no one dares to say a single thing about the jacket. But believe me, they are all very impressed.
Yeah, let's put some fucking trousers on. It was reaction speed, wasn't it? I needed better reaction speed, so I took my trousers off. Oh, I fucking love this game, dudes. I fucking love this game. Survey shows that 80% of women who wear yoga pants never do yoga, and 100% of men don't care. Well, I mean, yeah, like women want to be comfortable. And don't get me wrong, chat, like when it's hot, I'm just in my boxer shorts. I have like Nike, like dry fit, kind of like hybrid, like cotton and something else, fabric, sweat wicking boxer shorts that are like trunks. So there's like, you know, a tube that each of my legs goes into, and then like there's like a bit of fabric with a bit of space, because it's nice to have a bit of space. And yeah, they're probably the same material that like leggings or like, you know, jogging or yoga pants will be made out of. And yeah, they're really fucking comfortable. I completely get it. I can see why girls wear this sort of stuff. It is really comfortable. Obviously, I'll wear trousers when I go outside, you know, or shorts today because it's hot. But yeah, I can see why. It's really fucking comfortable. You can get fuck the world. How do you get that? Scandal. Yeah, well, they you get both jackets, don't you?
With graffito, a closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front. The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also. The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. So do you. You shudder. Then you swallow.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you get both. You get the piss whatever and the fuck the world jacket, which you can put on. How did you get the points to give it to you in your game? You in the game? So you speak to them, and then yeah, you can kind of you can, like, there's a dialogue option to, you sort of make them feel bad about being in the skulls, and then they say like, oh, well, yeah, we don't really wear slogans anyway. This is a bit weird. So yeah, there is a I can't remember which dialogue option opens it up, but you end up like. You end up flattering them very loudly to make them feel insecure, so that they part ways with the jackets. And yeah, I came across it by chance in my first, but I've done it in every playthrough since, because yeah, there's an achievement for getting Kim to wear the jacket, which I want to check now actually. There is there is one. Get Kim to wear the jacket. What is it? Finish the game in hardcore mode, start a new hardcore game, talk to Kim. Bug, if the achievement does. So, finish the game in hardcore mode, start a new hardcore game. Oh, okay. The achievement does not appear. The save the game and quit, and then load the save. This should make the achievement appear. Finish the game on hardcore mode. Hard to obtain. Finish the game in hardcore mode. Start. Okay, so I have to start a new game. Bit weird. On day 4, talk to the 2 skulls next to Kim's kinema. Ask them about the jackets they're wearing. Pass the red legendary check. Halfway in order to get the jackets from them, and passive suggestion check on 14 before the conversation ends in order to make Kim wear. Oh, and a passive suggestion check before the conversation ends. Ah, I missed that. Get enough suggestion, put the fuck the world jacket on after the conversation and proceed by clicking on the purple orb, and he will wear the other one. Ah, okay. few checks to manipulate. Yeah, I did get him to dance in the church. Yeah, I didn't get the dance in the church on the last playthrough, unfortunately. Talk to Trent near the Feld mural. He mentions the pleasure wheel. Okay, yes. Oh, maybe this. Ooh. So, Jamais Vu update achievements. Oh, this is only some of them. Okay. Well, anyway, I'll have to look up a guide because yeah, getting Kim to wear the jacket is one of the trophies we need to get. But I did make a save before we spoke to them. Here. Oh.
That ride is fucking lightning.
Yeah, okay, that's a bit broken. Oh shit, is that the only save we've got? Ah, shit. Okay.
That ride is...
Hey, piss.
Yeah.
Look who it is. Shrunken cop.
No.
Yeah.
Don't
What?
Yeah, man, keep...
Wow.
He...
Shut the
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes.
Please be quiet. What?
Oh, man.
Fuck.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you. This case doesn't require us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jackets will be useful at all. I just wanted them to not have them anymore.
Cold-hearted cop.
The need will not arise.
The jackets are meant to complete.
I don't know, Eric.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Yeah, okay.
The
Strange.
cops fucked us.
Glad I asked. It's authority. Oh, is it authority? Okay.
You finally made it, haven't you? People point fingers at you and whisper to each other when you pass by, wondering to themselves, where did that man get such a cool jacket? Did he receive it upon graduating the École Normale Supérieure de Badasserie? Is he
the École Normale Supérieure de Badasserie? The fucking writing is so good.
Oh no, believe me. It will be everyone else who's uncomfortable with it. You're safe. No one dares say a word unless they're, like, from your station and coming to judge you. But what are the chances of that happening?
Every Wednesday, sometime in the evening, there's a loud bang. Did you hear it, Bubba? You hear the loud bang? Don't worry, Bubba. You're still safe. Still safe indoors with lots of places to sleep. I need to put some. I was about to say a bowl full of water, but he has drunk out of his bowl a little bit today, so I need to top that up. Wow. I don't know if you guys can hear him. Oh, he's just bounced off into the hallway, so I imagine he'll come running through at like 1,000 miles an hour very shortly. Right, so we can go and annoy Gaston and see if we can steal his sandwich.
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. How may I head the citizens' militia on this fine
I need
day?
to put a skill point into rhetoric to open up this right check. Okay. %. Drafted him into a vigilante. Ah, fuck. Okay. Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? That's probably why we ignored that check. So, excuse me. That skill check, that point could go somewhere else. So, we have trash container, physical instrument, heroic. Do I have anything that improves physical instrument? Vest? Physical instrument, physical instrument. Oh, -2 is what you got to be careful of. And does it update the the check? Oh, it's still heroic, but yeah. Okay. What's the matter, Bub? What's the matter? What's the matter, Bubba? Shush. What's the matter, Bubbington? I'll scoop you up like a baby. You'll be the center of attention after stream, I promise. Please excuse me.
The trash container stands in the smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
Time for you to be the center of attention. Is that it? So he normally comes over and says hello. He normally comes over and says hello. And he's off. Just staring at the camera, yeah. But he wonders who I'm talking to. This is the thing.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar.
Excuse me. Yes. The Ethernet cable is still... So I made a custom...
Before. The movements are recorded in your elbows. The methodology in your fingers. You're used to this.
Because the Ethernet cable was fucking around, I handmade a new Ethernet cable and ran it around the room. Seems to be making a difference. I haven't had anywhere near as many disconnections. But what was weird was YouTube wasn't disconnecting before when Twitch was, which made me feel that everything hardware-wise was okay. But yeah, this new Ethernet cable seems to have helped a little bit to completely fix the issue. So now I need to find a cleaner run, and I'm going to do a conduit on the ceiling job at some point. But yeah,
no. Searching for evidence in the trash. Good practice for dumpster diving. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Not much to see here anymore. Just a burnt apron and some kitchen towels. There's nothing more of interest in this sludge of peels and meat byproduct. Try the carton or those stinking rags. You see milk and egg. You've done this before. The movement, no. Good practice for a box falls into... There's nothing more. The container sounds a muffled gong.
Yeah, there isn't a skill check in that one. For some reason. Right, so... I don't know... I think it said 2 days, so I don't think we can use the skiff to get to the island today, but I just want to check, just in case. We go to the fishing village. Yeah, the boat's not ready yet. So we can't go over to the island yet, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to solve the case by speaking to the guy on the island. I'm pretty sure most of that dialogue should still, you know, but I might have to retry the conversation a few times because we won't be able to make allegations based on what we know about the body. However, it might be time to... It might be time for that key in the window inside the whirling in rags. Let's have a look at that real quick. As if to say, I see you, observer. He's just going, who the fuck is Dad talking to? Oh God, I think he might be going crazy. Yeah, well, you know, I'm normally talking to him, to be honest, but... Right, is it time yet?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass.
Not time yet.
Like bony fingers.
It's not time yet. So we can't get that key just yet. There's a guy here that I've never spoken to. I think his name's Gray. I've seen like a screenshot of him standing here. Someone was like, you talk to him and do this, and that's a trophy as well. And I was like, shit, didn't even know that guy existed. But this is the thing, if something happens, if somebody spawns in the whirling in rags after I don't stay here anymore and after I'm finished talking to the Hardy Boys, it's like, well, obviously I'm going to miss that. So... Mirror interfacing formidable. Impossible. I can't get into the room because I'd need to pay for it, so fuck that one. Can't get the homosexual underground. Love that guy. Contain the door is impossible. Suzerainty the board game. Suggestion formidable. So we could play that again. Empathy heroic. Stained glass window. Encyclopedia. Sleeping dock worker's not there anymore. Barbell is still there. We could go and do that at some point. Cafeteria window, perception, godly. That's to get the key. Shivers, heroic, godly. Joyce Messier, impossible. Yeah, we can't get there. It doesn't. Yeah, we haven't got there yet. So even though that's available, footprints in the dust, that's in the secret passage, which we haven't got access to. So it's weird that that shows up. Anyway, that's impossible. Suggestion formidable.
The suzerainty box is heavy and slightly awkward in your hands. You give it a welcome to suzerainty, a game of economic strategy for the whole family. The rulebook is sumptuously illustrated and thick as a Gradian novel.
But yes, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming. Happy to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. But please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment. And then we'll carry on, see what we're going to do with the rest of this day. Because it's 8:09, which must be in the morning. But yeah, we're definitely... it looks dark. Wait, is it? I can't remember if it's... I think it's a 24-hour clock. So it's still morning time. Because we just woke up. Anyway, I'll be right back in just a minute. Okay, do you know what? Yeah, okay. So hang on a second, because yeah, this boss feels like unbelievably obtuse and difficult to try and fight normally. So let me see what the parry's like. Fuck you, game. I think he's giving it with both. Oh no, he's getting crushed by the. Okay, I thought he was taking a shit and then threw up because it smelled so bad. Alright. I swear I heard a fart noise and what sounded like. Oh no, he was taking a shit. His trousers are down by his knees. He was taking a shit and then he got fucking grabbed by the fucking Please. my god. Tell me something, right? The shower cubicle, right? Where you have a shower in your flat. Right now, you literally drench this thing in soap and water every single day, right? Your shower, you literally drench it in soap and water every day. So why the fuck does it need cleaning? Why the fuck do I have to get a different kind of soap and scrub the fucking shower down when I literally cover it in soap and water every day? But it's not the right kind of soap. I have to get a special little spray-on thing and a fucking little brush to fucking clean between the tiles and behind the taps and everything. And like, because I live in the south, the fucking water's really scaly, so I have to get descaler as well. It's such a scam. It's such a scam, dudes. Non-raiders, please feel free to swing by and say hello to this lovely individual who just raided us. I'm also going to enjoy the clip as well. Clip player, don't fuck me around. Come on. Come on, clip player. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hey, streamer, do you want a cool way to play clips on your stream? Fucking hang on a sec, Raiders. I'll be right with you. By the way, I'm Breadcrumbs. I'm a streamer where everything breaks all the fucking time. Right, let's try that again. You're staring straight into my soul. Fucking. Are you? Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right.
The colourful illustrations depict cheerful workers picking apricots, hauling marble sculptures out of crumbling temples, and harvesting a strange magenta-leafed plant. Everyone is smiling. The instructions are opaque at first and introduce many concepts you're not familiar with. Fortunately, there are many diagrams and examples.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone else is here to claim the raffle. Been a bit of a quiet one today, unfortunately.
You soon figure out the basic conceit. Each player represents an administrator for the suzerain of Revachol. Your objective is to increase the suzerain's wealth and renown by accumulating victory points. There is no path to wealth and renown but through the suzerain. As one of the suzerain's trusted administrators, your very function is the glorification of Revachol.
I can see your ear, Baba. And I can see your little face. Desperate to be the center of attention. Hmm?
That's where the suzerain's vassals come in. The game features 4 vassal nations, each one home to an economically important resource. Each turn, the player collects resources from vassals where they've placed workers. They may then rearrange their workers, fulfill contracts for coin and bonuses, or build structures back in Revachol. As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sidebar labeled Advice for Beginners. Remember, there are many paths to victory in suzerainty, but successful players will find one strategy and commit to it wholeheartedly.
Don't change tack when things start to go wrong. Just commit.
Boring. Tear up this rulebook and commit some old-school atrocities. The actual scoring system appears infinitely complex, with a series of tables and appendices required to compute each player's final victory point total. You skip that part for now. You open up a number of pouches containing wooden tokens. There are also several punch boards with other cardboard components that will need to be punched out before you can play. You hold the open game box.
Okay, so...
Yes? What about me? What do you mean?
Yeah, I can't remember how we actually triggered the gameplay with Kim last time.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
Good. Let's change the subject. Excuse me? Frankly, Detective, you are in a deranged state. I can't let you proceed without close supervision. In fact, under normal circumstances, I'd be duty-bound to report you. Take it as a token of good faith between our precincts that I haven't done so.
The lieutenant thinks you're some unaccountable wreck who needs constant supervision. But you don't have to listen to him. You're free to disobey.
That's good. Except that I do, Detective. Some you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery. You'll still have your evenings to yourself. You might. It's important not to let one style interfere with their work.
Right, so now I'm not sure. Yeah, I suppose we want to be over at the... we want to be over at the church, I suppose, because there's nothing else we can do for in the fishing village until that boat shows up. So the church, we can speak to those kids. Oh yeah, is that person going to be in here now? No.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad.
Oh yeah, +2 encyclopedia, sorry. Have we got anything else that does encyclopedia? I don't think so.
The mother of humanism stands
Yeah, no, I have to
above
put
you,
a point in
a
to unlock
precious
it, don't I?
and
That is a shame.
The mother of humanism stands above you. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men. The highest category of historic individual, embodiment of the world spirit. More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office. No, we are alone. 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi, She is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world. Many things, you know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Serene, modern-day Sir Laclay. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty, draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed? The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away. No, you must know. Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous. It was on her advice that Irene la Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The DeLorean era. Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest.
That explains the iconography.
Bystanders reported golden.
It's this weird thing where I start saying a word and then I start saying it again, and I want to stop it.
Clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt. As did we all. The lands of the Mess and the Occident, and even far away Supremwindi. Altogether, 21 of the 40 Mundial nations of the time immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning. In a city called Advesperaskit in Vespa Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen. One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else. Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves, the man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology.
Yeah, sometimes you hear about the things people came up with and the things people say about these religious figures and iconography and everything. And yeah, they make light of the fact that, like, a miracle in like the early stages of human civilization, a miracle could have just been a cheap magic trick that they worked out before anyone else, and that was enough to make them a god in the eyes of the people of that village. You know, it's weird. And obviously over time those miracles get embellished and embellished and embellished to maintain the significance, so as to continue to support the religion and everything. Because yeah, ultimately, like, a lot of religions are much more about controlling people, but there is some good that comes out of them. Yeah, lots of people get an awful lot of good out of religion, like the tarantula dance and such. Exactly, or being the 1% that survives cancer without treatment. Yeah, this is it. It's, yeah, these people. Yeah, because famously Steve Jobs declined medical advice numerous times about the cancer that he had, and started, you know, a different diet and something else. And somebody called out. They said, yeah, this guy was incredibly smart, but also clearly very fucking stupid, because they ignored a bunch of medical professionals and started drinking sort of smoothies and eating certain foods to deal with cancer, and they obviously died because, you know, it was cancer, right? And it's like, yeah, they were obviously very good at what they did, but also completely misled by somebody, which is a real shame.
Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. Terrifying. It's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started.
Added cordial to vodka. Yeah, just added cordial to vodka. Mega vitamins doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, this is the trouble, is that, you know, somebody who is clearly incredibly talented at predicting and designing and, you know, making decisions about what a company should make and how human beings interact with technology, he was well up there as one of the greats. But he was an awful person to work with. People routinely talk about how fucking awful he was and tyrannical he was to work for, and obviously didn't take medical science very seriously, which is a shame, because, you know, they had the money to afford some of the best medical care you could buy in America at the time. But instead, somebody persuaded them to fucking drink smoothies and, you know, eat certain foods, and that was going to cure cancer, and it obviously didn't work. And I don't know who it was. I don't know what's happened to them since, but yeah, it's a bit of a shame, really, because, you know, they obviously left behind this legacy of products that changed the world for the better, for the worse, I'm not too sure, but they had an impact on the world in such a way. So for them to die because of their own negligence is like, it's a real shame.
Good.
Nilo, welcome in. Apologies, been lurking and working most of today, but here all the same. Nilo, it's lovely to see you, dude. I hope you're well. You've been good.
Long enough.
Hope you're enjoying the mug. Some rich people's really dumb. Well, some rich people are surrounded by people that want their wealth, and therefore they kind of, you know, they're in their ear. And it's interesting. Like, we was just speaking about, or I was just speaking, sorry, about religious iconography. And quite often in old, you know, religious iconography and paintings of that time, you'll see the king being advised by a group of people, and it's clear that that still happens. They have some advisors, and it's up to those advisors to provide them with, you know, unbiased opinions about what's best for them. And it's quite clear that sometimes they don't provide that, you know. Sometimes they give them complete horse shit, and sadly it costs the person their life. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I hope I sleep better tonight. Excuse me. Ironic. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah. But welcome in, Neil. It's good to see you, dude. Hope you're well. Hope you're all good.
Stripping away the covers from the hearts of men. There you stand, below her once more, with your hands on your side, momentarily at a loss as what to do with yourself.
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are Delorian in origin.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
It's not spiritual, it's constitutional. The Delorian system does not demand faith.
I could use both of your mugs for my drinks today. One for some of my coffee and the other for my water, later grape juice. Oh, I'm glad they're coming in handy. Is Nilo on YouTube? Yes, Nilo is on YouTube. So you guys won't be able to see their messages unless I do this. This chat has both YouTube and Twitch, but I wasn't sure if you're allowed to do that. So I have just a Twitch chat. But yes, we do stream to YouTube as well as Twitch.
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and it's not spiritual.
I do stream to YouTube and to Twitch as well, so people can choose. Losing my mind. Yes, sorry. Yeah, I'm talking to somebody. Yes, there you go. Nilo, welcome into Twitch as well. You're allowed to stream to both platforms, but obviously I make sure that both streams are 1440p, both streams are 60 FPS. I don't engage with one stream more than the other. I don't tell people to go from Twitch to YouTube or from YouTube to Twitch. I try and treat both streams the same. But yeah, I think it's just, YouTube is such a big platform. It feels like I'm missing out if I don't stream there. So it wasn't difficult to set up at all. It barely took me any time at all to get it set up. And as a result, I've had a few people from YouTube come in and chat to me on a few different games. Because some people prefer YouTube to Twitch. It's up to them. But yeah, obviously the stream is the stream. It gets encoded anyway. So I can send it to both, if I so wish. You do it as well? Okay, fair enough. No, I mean both chats on the screen. Oh, you're allowed to do it. I had to tell people to go to Twitch to have a little banner that plays because I'm bad at looking at YouTube. Have the chat with both on the screen so folks can see each other's, and there's nothing in TOS that says any different. So yeah, there was something about combining. So the TOS that I was sent to read said that you're not allowed to combine the chats, and it's classic Twitch being a bit ambiguous and kind of not really clearly explaining things. But yeah, they said you're not allowed to combine the chats. So that at first I understood as you can't have a chat room where they can see each other in the chat, because you can only moderate Twitch chat on Twitch and you can only moderate YouTube on YouTube. And therefore, moderation differences would mean that something that happened on YouTube in the same chat room couldn't be moderated because it was on YouTube, and actually that's against TOS on Twitch. So they said you weren't allowed to combine the chats, which made sense. But my question was, I have the chats combined that I can see. I'm allowed to. I checked, and I'm allowed to combine them so I can see them. But the idea was that the people couldn't see each other. Now, you can't combine the chat on a web page at the moment, obviously, but if my stream has both chats on the screen, that is technically combining the chat. So I was a little bit like, oh, but yeah, I think they meant having it actually come into like a Twitch interface, but you can have it on screen. Yeah. The chats have to be on separate programs. Yeah, well, no, the thing is, for me, they're both. Just resize this so you guys can see. But for me, both YouTube. Where's Neela? Oh, we're already far. Yeah, so for me, YouTube will have the YouTube logo next to it, and Twitch will have the Twitch logo next to it. So I use this thing from StreamerBot. So I combine them. But obviously, excuse me, as I say, if I was to use this chat, you guys are technically in the same chat room, if that makes sense. This is in the wrong place, though. What? No. Oh, for fuck's sake. God, I fucking hate everything at the moment. Hang on a sec. So yes, I could. Yeah, I could have either on the screen, but I was unsure whether both chats being combined on the screen would count as combining the chats. I wasn't sure. Least favorite live adjusting. Yeah. Everything sucks. Yeah. Wait on screen. Wait on screen, not separate. Oh, it's easy to read. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, the overlay for this chat, I can do a bit more to make it look a bit clearer. I could probably apply the same sort of font and to that, but yeah. But yeah, I wasn't sure. I mean, I'd probably be fine, but at the same time, I was, you know, there was a time when we weren't allowed to dual stream, so I'm sort of treading carefully, if that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, I'll double check, because yeah, the messaging from Twitch is almost always really vague.
Yellow plastic dome. You could use
and
it
yeah,
to call someone.
People have been
unless
banned for
you're
stuff.
out of
I'm
change.
going to email Twitch so that I don't get in trouble. Yeah, I mean, if you hear back and you get confirmation in words that it's okay to combine the chats on the screen, then that helps. But this is the thing: is that yeah, like time and time again, Twitch has like told everybody there's a rule or a regulation or a TOS or whatever, and they've explained it in a way which kind of leaves it a bit open-ended, and then people start doing things and getting banned, and then they argue, well, that's not what you said. This is what you said, and this is how I... So they're not very good at their messaging. They're kind of ambiguous and a bit vague sometimes, and a bit sort of, you know, nondescript when they describe things. And I think that because of that, when a streamer gets banned for doing something, that ultimately it's usually, you know, some stuff is definitely like, hey, you're a fucking idiot. That's obviously not okay. You shouldn't do that. You were just doing it to get fucking traction because it's, you know, a bit obviously not allowed. Everyone was like, is this allowed? Are you allowed to paint your body and have all your bits out? Who knows? Everybody jumps on the category, whatever, because yeah, that's what people do. But yeah, like combining both the chats on the screen, combining the chats on my screen where people could be watching the stream and chatting to each other using the chat on my screen as a chat room. That technically to me constitutes combining the chats, where people from YouTube and Twitch could be talking to each other, but they're two completely different moderation standards, and therefore there could be a mismatch in how moderation occurs. So I was always a little bit sort of like, but someone said you could do it and showed me a clip of the CEO of Twitch talking, saying, oh, you can do this, but it still wasn't very clear. It didn't outright specifically clarify exactly that you could do that. But I need to rewatch it again and double check. But yeah.
You hear the tone. The machine is in operation.
So political that they're best not to fuck anything else. I think you're very wise. Well, just very cautious. Almost always Twitch being petty about something else they didn't like, and there's a rope they hung themselves with it. Well, yeah, the trouble is, like, I appreciate the fact that Twitch is a very, very, very diverse platform where lots and lots of different kinds of content exists, and therefore moderating it is significantly more difficult than just a platform where everybody makes a kind of content, because that's YouTube, that's TikTok, that's Instagram. So because Twitch is horizontal, long form, and significantly more varied, I appreciate that moderating and regulating a platform with that kind of diversity is difficult. So therefore, I can see why these sort of, you know, grey areas exist. You know, I don't want to criticize Twitch for not being perfect with its moderation, its terms of service, because they have to apply it to fucking 50, 60, 100 different kinds of content creator. It's not an easy task. I respect that. I respect that as a difficult task. But yeah, I think sometimes they imply something is a rule, but they don't really explain how or why, and they usually explain that if they are too descriptive with how things work, people will then abuse something, and I get that too. But yeah, there are times where there's very little potential for any sort of wrongdoing or exploitation for the platform to worry about. They just haven't explained it very well, and it's like, you guys need to do better at this sort of stuff. You're a reasonably large platform, you know, not YouTube size, but still. By that same argument, Brad, you're reading it out. Either chat means we could. Well, but if I'm reading it out and talking to the person, you guys can't see each other's messages, so it's not. There is a definite disconnect there. I would need to read every message to each person, so it wouldn't work. But yeah. Well, if you painted your bits and had both chats combined on stream, I bet they wouldn't be mad about the combined. Yeah, they'd be mad about something else. Can block things from being visible, whereas Bread can censor based on Twitch's TOS. Yeah. Don't think any people can be perfect. I think it's more about people banned as super vague rules unless they were already pushing your luck. Yeah, and there are creators that are just pressing their luck. They are probing the depths of what's allowed. And it's kind of a service to the community, because once they figure out, oh, actually, that was too far, now we know. The problem is that Twitch is also a bit inconsistent. They sometimes ban one creator for doing something, but another creator, and I won't say who or what or how much, but some other creator does it in basically the exact same way and doesn't get banned. And it's like, well, but then again, what happens behind closed doors, the discussion between the creator and the platform, how they handled a warning, maybe they're on their last warning, maybe they had already had 2 or 3 warnings about not doing it, so they got a ban because they'd already been warned. This other creator had never done it before, so they got a warning, which you don't see publicly. And so, you know, it's one of those, yeah. Hello, bro. And I'm making it so both platforms can't talk to each other. Yeah, I mean, the TOS answer. Brett is held by TOS to censor properly, so he's the one moderating Twitch is fine. Small minority, I guess. I know it's. I don't know if I want to talk what you're talking about. At least the big stream circles. Yeah, I'm not going to mention anything about that, of course. Don't want to get in trouble, but yeah. Let's see if my bed frame package was stolen. Well, I hope it wasn't, dude. I hope it wasn't. I hope you've got a new bed frame to enjoy. Excuse me.
Calling.
Calling.
Still calling.
Still calling. It's a very heavy to steal. Just look for the thief for the thrown out back. Yeah, this is. Somebody put an Amazon box. Me and my friend. So me and my friend's parcels kept getting stolen. So he got a camera that looks like a sconce. But it's got a camera sticking out of it. We wired that up, and then I made them a wooden box that fit inside of an Amazon box, and we screwed the wooden box down to the wooden decking outside their house. We got a video of this guy, and he just grabs the box and it slides out of his hands because it's screwed to the floor. And he's like, he's trying to pick it up and he can't pick it up, and he's having a fucking like absolute meltdown because he's like, why is this box so heavy? Because he doesn't know it's screwed. Like, I've made a wooden box that fits inside and I've screwed through the box, through the cardboard box into the wooden decking. He's like, he can't pick it up and he's trying to move it and slide it around to get it to the edge of the step so he can get underneath it. Oh, fucking hell.
This feels wrong. Should you be doing this?
Thanks for humouring that conversation. Right, but I was joking. We missed you. That was awkward. I'll make another stream. Make it another stream. £50 bed frame, so yeah, it's fair. Yeah.
End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre?
Yeah.
Say you're not Pierre. That seems like a better idea. You don't know why.
So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died. Are you sure you're Pierre?
Your voice is different.
It's different.
Teasingly sarcastically.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach.
Because I'm being sarcastic.
You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not.
Right. I don't think it's late enough in the day for the pigs to be up here, but they might be. Let's check. Because they have lights on them, I think it needs to be night times for them to look as cool as possible. Yeah, okay. Fuck it. Oh, good. Don't want to be weird out on the stream, so I'll end it here, but that's all. Pigs, the character that has our gun. They're called the pigs. What? Technically a spoil. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. Sorry, I didn't realise. I thought you were. I thought you've been playing the game for a few days now, and you'd be ahead of. I thought you'd be on day 6 by now. Let me find. I'm in this stream. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was. Yeah, because yeah. I mean, it hasn't happened in this playthrough, but it has. Yeah, I would have thought you. I thought you were on day 4 or 5 a week or 2 ago when I was at your stream. Can't remember. My apologies. Not trying to spoil anybody, but yes. I won't tell you anything about the character, of course, but yes, there is a character called the Pigs, which I've already said, and they have lights attached to them, which means they come out at night because it looks cooler, but I won't say anymore. Anyone played that big walk game yet? Curious about it? Playing Fort Tiger Spy. I was trying to play with Rainbow. Oh, I see. The big walk game. Is that... Oh, hang on. I've heard someone talking about that. Yeah, these little guys. Yeah, is this this is out? How much is it? 15 quid. Another friend slot game with very positive review. Oh, it's down to 12 quid. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if the community wants to play it, we can play it. Yeah, if the community wants to play it, we can play it. Of course, we can talk. Big walk. Yeah. Yeah, we can have a look at that at some point. Excuse me. But for tonight, I'm going to save the game there because it is almost 11 o'clock. I almost finished up at 10, but I decided to see it through. So let me jump you guys over to the raiding screen. We'll hang out over here for a moment. You guys have got your raid messages there. First one is for subs. Second one is for non-subs. Please feel free to copy and paste whichever one pertains to you. Cat is screaming at me. YouTube we can't raid out with, I'm afraid. You can raid on YouTube, I don't know how, and I'm not sure if there's any viewers to raid with. You can raid on YouTube, but I'm not sure how you do it. So, and I don't know that many creators on YouTube that will be on at this time of night, so I'm not too sure who I would raid. But anyway, YouTube, I'll end the video there. Thank you to everyone that hangs out in the YouTube and watches the YouTube videos. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that nonsense. Sorry for everything getting a little bit hectic earlier today. We got into a bit of a chat. But that is kind of the beauty of live streams is being able to have a conversation with people and sort of pivot towards things or away from things, which is something I'm still learning as a creator. So I apologize if that was not as fun to watch as me playing the game. But yes, YouTube, thank you guys again. I'll see you guys again next time. The next stream will be Saturday, midday onwards, UK time. But yes, thank you again. I'll see you guys